Alrighty.
Another session. A little earlier this time, but we're getting there.
It burns.
Last we left off, Lyron was like, "I'm gonna cultivate really well, guys."
And then I
Oh.
cultivated.
Yes. It was good.
Oh, wow, thanks.
Savalaire was also doing some cultivating, but I did not do what I was thinking I was gonna do for the week. So I'm gonna finish off doing some stuff like doing my own cultivating roles, and also determining where things go. But yeah, did William finish 2 weeks worth? I don't think he did he?
Hmm?
It was just his excess, right, from eating those pills.
Yeah, which is ADTS.
Yeah. So I think we're still William still needs to do his 2 weeks. My 2 weeks is going to be a combination of getting stuff into the swords from the excess we get from tribulation, and also doing some cultivation rolls for myself. So I guess I'll just do a few. Just do not 2 weeks worth immediately because I don't know how much I have and don't have.
Good,
But
good.
I do have a plus 30 to my cultivation rolls. And I can't use key, but I can use even further beyond. So.
What?
Matt, I am just going to assume that every session, unless you say so, that we get our fate currency back.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know you were saying at the beginning of the arc, or the end of the arc last time, that it's going to be, we're not going to get as much, or maybe that was more from merit. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, good morning, William.
Whoop, whoop.
Gang's all here.
Gang is all here.
Do you want to move us over to private lobby now?
What? I would love to.
Oh, wonderful. Nice.
And so with us, it is done.
Nice.
Oh.
So, William, I just went over what we did last session, so never missed anything crazy. How you doing?
Oh, I'm here.
Wonderful.
Now go.
Hanging in there. But how early it is.
Yeah. I'm hanging in there.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. You still have 2 weeks worth to do, right?
Thought we were keeping caught up, but if I do owe 2 weeks, then I can do that real quick.
The last thing I remember is you put a bunch of your cultivation excess into the sword, your sword.
Yep.
And I don't remember
That I
you
remember.
doing anything other than that.
Let's see.
I remember you were working on your Path of the Sword beforehand. Like I saw some of those rolls, but the last thing we had was Casey's 574 rolls. So I don't think you did anything after that. Oh.
Yeah. I've popped, or what? I have filled up stage 5. Catalyst still needs to happen.
Yeah.
We took a rest and hit all the excess into the poison sword. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. So in order for you to get more, I guess you'll just have to go to your treasury and get some more pills of poison of some kind, or do some of that. But if an easy catalyst for you is just getting your sword to tier 2.
Mhm.
A fun thing you could also do while you're in your treasury is find some more poison catalysts that you could put into your sword. You know what I mean? Like not just for you, but to improve and give your sword some extra juice, kind of deal. While it's still in tier 1,
Mm.
because it's still. I mean, it's a pretty great
Um,
sword. It has the devouring essence. It has your poisons. It has like that 100 or 10,000 wounds that are used for its form. Um, all kinds of stuff. Evolution? I don't know. No, I don't think you
uh,
put evolution qigong yet.
I believe. Well, let's see. I believe I put evolution into the
Yeah.
the strong Fort's Mercy.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything other craziness from yours.
You
It's
could put
from
an
the
evolution into it, but I think saving those for yourself might be a good idea.
You put 3 poison qigong
Yeah.
in, and you also put
Yeah.
you have 98 influence in it currently. So,
Mm.
wait, no,
Well,
you
we
should
just
have
put a
more than that.
lot more
You should have
influence than
more than
that.
that. You put 2,111. Was that plus the 98 that was in there currently?
Yes,
Okay.
that was all leftover.
Yeah, perfect. Why can't I do math right now? 99. And then I think that's 209. Which really got apparently 2209. And I already added everything for Lyron. And did I add? Yep, I added those for the sword energy and sharpness. All right. So I was going to do some influence rolls before you jumped in, so I'm just going to finish those now.
Cool.
I'm also, going to add my excess into some swords. The next one I'm going to do is this unmarked one that we got for the 5 points. And it's going to be called Freedom to Choose Metal was my name I thought for it, and I thought that would be a good representation of Cooney and myself, mostly because of the whole learning that I can choose my own fate, and that was a pretty big revelation for Savalair when he chose Cooney as one of his partners instead of just the fated to meet Ice in a sense. So it being the second aspect, fated to meet Ice is also more of a fate bonds has chosen my partner, but freedom to choose is my choice of partner as well. So it's the second. And I am going to put I'm going to put 3 influence into it first. While I'm doing this downtime scene, let's move over to Saba, and I am also going to put one of the I'll be putting some of the sword essence in as well. The low grade sword essences. I'm gonna put 10 of those in. You actually named it something else though, Matt, didn't you? It's called the sword growth. What was it called again, guys? It was called
Sword nurturing crystals.
sword nurturing. But when it comes from tribulation, is it called still crystal though, or is it just
Sword nurturing energy.
sword nurturing energy?
Which I guess if we found a way to crystallize it, we could sell them to other people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is a thought. Nurturing. How the fuck do you spell nurturing? N-E-T-U.
You
Nurture.
N-U.
N-U-T-U. R-E. Well, let's nurture.
I think it's N-U-R-T-U-R-N-G.
That looks good. Let's do that.
Yep, that's one.
So got that in there, and it's a good start for that one. So yeah, if you can, rename that one to Freedom to Choose Metal.
Hmm.
The husk. I've put some influence into it and some sword nurturing energy, and I've given it a name.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Okay. That's the
From the tribulation stuff.
this one.
Yeah, the husk exactly.
Fuck.
I put three influence into it first, then some nurturing energy, and then I gave it a name. And I'm also one boon of my fate currency is also going into it.
Dust name.
Dust's name is Freedom to Choose Metal.
Really?
Yeah.
Bronze.
Yeah, I don't know if you missed that whole conversation I was telling you about how Fate Bonds is the fated to meet ice sword in a
No, I
sense.
got that part. Yeah.
Yeah, the choice, and
you
then
gotta choose Cooney.
yeah, and the freedom to choose was the metal aspect. So yeah, so we got that one and Boone in there, and it can be black, I suppose, instead of icy. It can look like metal or silver or yeah, that
We
looks
could
good.
work on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okie dokie. And I'm going to then do some cultivation rolls. So 299 plus 30. So that's 8. All right. So I have an idea for myself next. Why don't you swap over to Chung Po and get him some time to work on getting his poison stuff. Chung Po, you still here, William?
William?
Might have perished once again.
Maybe he's eating coffee.
Yeah,
No,
probably.
that would be a great choice there. Getting coffee.
So I'll just continue on then. So I just wanted to do it this way instead, though. I made an influence macro from my abilities on my character sheet. So let's just do one downtime scene. Uh, 30. What am I doing that? Plus 2, 9. And this will allow me to just count a downtime scene instead of having to roll out every one, and also give me the amount of degrees of success I have. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. Let's do this for now, though. Nice. Within a scene, that's 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. So 21.
Yes.
And then I take a 1 downtime scene rest to
Plus 299. Yeah.
even further beyond. And then I
So powerful.
put in a fatigue from each of the usages for the scene. And then I rest to break it up. And that's 1 day. I'm also going to preemptively do some mighty neats. Are any of those? There's 1 7. 1d10. We're going to re-roll that with a fate point. Nice. Okay, so let's subtract. That's 8. Okay, good. And I wanted to do /R. 2 weeks is 14 times 3 is 12 plus 30, 48. Interesting. Got a 1 on my Mighty Neat. It's the second one I've gotten on Mighty Neat.
You consider that too successful? And just take a break? I don't know.
Yeah.
You want to be too productive. Starts cleaning the whole sanctuary.
Alrighty. So perfect. So those are out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So on that one, I will take a break and pray to my goddess, of course.
Roll
Thank
me
her
that 1,000.
slash R
Actually, no,
1D
10,000 because it's
10,000.
pretty far away.
6812. That's pretty on the up end. Do I want to
Towards the middle.
try? Yeah. I don't want to use another one of my fate coins because I've already used one for the session. Yeah, 6812. Sure. It's nice to have one every now and again, but just tell her that I'm hopeful for the future and I'm excited to see where the next chapter brings for the companions and myself and my fated partners. And I wish for a wonderful time at the carnival. I guess that's really all I can ask. And that is my prayer. And I'll play with my action figures and work on my my fanfic stuff and read some light novels on fate bonds and yeah, I think that's my my mighty neat day.
Okay. So you go to focus on your prayer, really send it out into the ethos. You actually got a response once, so you know that they're listening sometimes.
Oh, wonderful.
Unfortunately, your mind strays to the roaring of engines
Oh,
and heavy fuel cells. And it's like, damn, all I could think about is going vroom.
gas.
Oh, sorry. Let me turn down my music.
All right, perfect. So those are the way. William, are you back yet?
Yes.
Hey, do you want to do
Yes, I
some of your stuff? I've done a fair amount for mine.
Am I? Is it still 2 weeks, or is it
Well,
like
you're still doing 2 weeks. Yep.
okay? Making sure. Alrighty. Let's see. Hmm. Understanding the blade, I'm at a point, but you said getting tier 2 would create a catalyst, and that's arguably the easiest. Understanding the tiers of the blades and what it or like what is needed to create tier 2. Do we actually know that information yet?
Like
Have
this
we created a
second.
tier 2 blade?
Oh,
Yes, we
so
created tier 2 blade.
you
The
made it tier
waveforms
2.
are- Yeah.
It was not easy.
For 2 weeks of just effort devoted to it.
So
Hmm.
you need to pour in the equivalent of like what
10,000.
10,000 influence into
Yeah.
a blade.
Yeah.
And then the first
Okay.
level of the sword is giving it enough of an identity and a theme, and resources and stats. Basically, you need to give it an incredible amount
A lot.
of growth potential. So it can be hard to do that. But if it's already a tier 1 sword vessel, you've achieved that, and getting it to tier 2, and you need to put in 10,000 XP below the 100, or basically 100 and below.
You're 20% there though. FYI.
Yeah. So it's the colored ranks influence. If you were to give it influence from mountain climber rank, that would also be its own separate distinction. Oops, sorry.
Understood. We have 4 months left.
You guys are cracking into month 3, so you have I think it was 3 months and a week.
That's about right.
3 months
Yeah.
and a week. Okay.
And is it 6 months or 4 months that we expected the thing to happen?
It was 6 months
In total.
Yeah.
Okay.
It took a month at the very beginning, and then we're on our second, third month, I think, like Matt was saying. So, or second month in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Yeah, that makes sense. If there's 3 months and a week left, or the other way around, one of the two, and something like that. We shouldn't have to worry about it quite yet. We still got some time.
And our person is dropping by once a month.
You're not
Maybe.
sure.
Possibly.
They said they dropped by 2 more
Maybe.
times before, but they didn't specify when.
Yeah.
You could have bought that info, but you guys decided to save your points and be like, "We're ready whenever."
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yep.
Indeed.
I think that I will see about getting that 10,000 DOS, which, yeah. Now, is this influence
lot in already.
DOS, or is...
Yep. It's influence DOS, yeah.
Yeah.
You've already put, over $2,000 in it?
Yeah.
Remember,
And
you
the
can't
number
cultivate
is
the
10?
normal way anymore.
Yeah.
You have to eat poison. But if you eat a
Yep.
whole bunch of poison and then sit down and meditate for 1 DTS, all that can flow into the sword. So, resource intensive, but quicker.
And you
Well,
have
luckily, he has resources.
Yeah, there's a place that we have access to.
Yeah, so I just need, let's see, 8. Since I don't seem to actually roll on that table, you said, get the proper thing. Scroll, there, scroll up, here. Where's the last one? There we go. Okay. The mundane poisons, it says, requires 10 DAWs. Eating a poison of this tier grants, and then influence. Now, am I looking at the requires DOS, or am I looking at just the influence? Because I'll be trying to grab other things. So.
Well, influence is basically gathered by the number of DOS you acquire when you make the influence roll. Since you don't roll anymore, you just gain a flat value of influence, so you don't need to worry about it.
Okay.
Because it was at a 1-to-1 ratio in the first place. So,
nice.
Yeah. 1 DOS, 1 influence.
Then, let's see. It would take me
11 billion years.
It would take me 80 middling grade poisons to be able to create the 8,000 left that I need to pump in to the sword.
Pretty pricey.
Now, yeah, 80 middling isn't exactly cheap.
Now here's the fun part about your wealth
I
factors.
kind of want to go. Yep.
You will have enough. It won't detract from your collection. It'll just be hard to find mid-grade ones for a short period of time.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't. Mid-grade poison pills are not enough to break down the question mark value of wealth. Because the way I'm
Yes, sir.
operating the vaults is I give you a question mark value. Some things will have an actual value, like martial coins and some other resources. But how much you have of anything is, it just seems to always have some. And hardly ever seems to run out. It's only when you pull a prodigious amount
For
does it,
special items.
or
right?
most of the special items does the vault start to break down. So pulling 80 mid-grade poison pills out, not really going to charge you very much.
Understood.
It's just
Alrighty.
for probably about a month, it'll be harder to find mid-grade poisons. You'll have to actually, rummage around, open some boxes that a little further in.
Understood.
Yeah, that's it.
Then I will spend however long it takes to find the pills and have a Twitch stream up, taking donations for while I eat all these poisons. I'm kidding. But, yeah.
Okay, how the hell do you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever seen those Twitch streams to where people eat like a butt ton of spicy food and it's like
Oh
a
yeah, no,
mountain
Yeah.
I
of
got you
food?
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the funny part is, in my Tuesday game, we have a guy who has the power of Twitch. He's basically an orc, and he runs off of the power of the wall, which is the Twitch chat.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
So you, that's why we're like, well, hold on, where are you getting that superpower from? Because it's real.
We don't want Twitch streamers
It's
here.
possible. We don't want
Like,
this. We don't
I
want to open this
know
to chat.
Lorekeeper has brought up the internet before, and it's probably possible to connect with Lorekeeper to the internet. But like then you need like the camera set up and everything, and I just don't know if you have that yet. So if you want to work towards that sort of thing,
Can buy
Not
a
at
ring
all.
light.
But
it was
you
just a
know.
joke, right? Yeah, okay. I got you.
You can buy a
Sure.
ring light and camera next time the elder comes by. Internet subscription.
Hey guys, I need a internet upgrade here. The service isn't good.
Who knows? That might be funny.
Alrighty.
So do you still have to do your 1 out of 4 choice for this kind of thing, or just choose it?
Well, let's see. Technically, the middling grade grants one effect of your choice from the listed poison effects of middling, low, and mundane grade as a buff. But buffs gained this way are prolonged but temporary. Very rare middling grade poisons can grant a permanent buff. How do you want to handle very rare? Like out of the 80,
It'll
roll
be
something and
no. You would have to search around for basically the equivalent of almost a unique one.
so
So
a named one almost, which would
yeah.
reduce my value. Which okay.
So there's a weird series of pills and elixirs and materials you'll come by that, despite their average or below average grade, no other material can do what they do. And it's because they're only a lower middling grade material or pill or whatever that allows them to do that silly thing that they do. You'll know them when you find them. And no, we don't get to roll. Those are special.
Understood.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty. How much time do you think it takes Chunpo to eat and absorb all these?
I mean, if you read a book and you just kind of pop them in the mouth, just kind of eat them like
Yeah.
you have a bunch of popcorn.
Guys, wasn't there some books that you said I should read?
In regards to what? Because the only books that
I think there were some sword things.
I think you already read one of the sword manuals at least.
Yeah.
There are always sword things to read.
Oh yeah, we have a whole vault worth of them.
Yes. Many, many sword things.
Alrighty.
Yes.
I want to read a book that explains how to be, or like explains a. I want to read a book that has more on swordsmanship. Anything that I don't already know. I realize that swordsmanship is you want to swing the blade, now go swing it, versus the sword scholar, but
But
is
why
there
do we
anything
swing the
on
blade?
what is worth swinging? Or yeah, well,
What even is a blade?
Go
Sword.
swing it!
blade is alive.
Ah!
But I must know.
I think the answer I'm looking for is does what why does Chun Po want to swing his blade?
Why does he?
Um, to well, see, Chun Po wants to poison and devour poison because of all the things that he has seen before. Chun Po wants to swing the blade for to feel strong in a galaxy, in a system that he felt very weak in. It is another form of cultivating and gaining strength, but for this Four Swords energy, it appears more from his old grandfather's dojo that they had. That was like the last thing of theirs that they owned before City like kind of bought up everything. And Chun-Po's basically looking at this and saying, I want to take this sword path and finding the going back to the sword left with the moon energy in 10 years. Something that is either ready to wield it by that time or something that can a swordsman that can do justice by what he feels he has failed at. Anywho, uh, Tim might have an idea of why he swings the sword now. Popping pills. Don't pop pills, kids.
Oh,
And but they
Cultivator
like
roll is like,
candy.
but we have to.
we gotta
Why are you
cultivate.
popping pills?
No,
Bad
no.
influence.
Yeah.
This is a medical condition. I have to eat this poison. Leave me be.
That's what they all say.
Make sure that I never get age regressed at all. Because then I'll just be young Chun-Po, baby Chun-Po, eating pills of poison. People are just going to be like, no, what are you doing? And it's just like, I have to. What do you mean? We don't eat anything with the skull and crossbones. Yeah, I do. All the time. Anyway, at that point, I guess I take my rest.
Okay.
Do you want to space them out, or do you want to do them all at once?
I mean, it's a hey, you better transfer this right now type of thing if I do it all at once. Um, I think that might be quote unquote easier. It'll be faster if I do it all at once.
Did I miss this? How long does it take
And
for
I
you
did.
to consume the poison stuff?
I don't. Just sitting there reading a book and eating them said that was going to be okay. So I'm assuming somewhere in the range of 1 DTS.
Okay.
In my mind, I'm just like maybe a day. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, pretty much a day.
A day. Okay.
Yeah.
So 3 DTS is consumed sitting there eating it. A day and then a DTS to rest to process it all.
Yep.
Okay. And because my stuff's pretty awesome, it's just automatic. I get it. Is there anything that I need to roll to transfer? Or I'm just holding there, cultivating with my poison sword in my hands and like feeding it as I gain influence?
Right. Say that again.
I was saying that
The very
could
last part.
would I have to roll to put influence into my sword, or is it just
No,
can I
it's just
sit
transfer.
there in a meditative transfer? Sweet. Okay,
Yeah, it's
then
a
I
poison blade.
transfer it.
It'll gobble it all up. You just have to be in direct contact with it while you process the poisons.
Perfect.
Yeah. Just give it the juice.
2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Uno, dos. So, since he's throwing it all at once, I guess I'll be around for the next day to try and catch some of the tribulation. I have some. I have a question for you. If I wanted to, do I have overflow for myself? So I'm at 100 influence, and I've just done like 40, 42, 40, 38, which is like, uh, 200 influence. So you said it takes a downtime scene to put it into a sword.
Mhm.
So can I do that all at once, or like how should
Well,
I
for
be?
him, it takes a downtime scene because he processes all of his poisons in a single rest action.
Yeah.
So he does sword stuff a little bit differently than you guys. For you guys, you would just sit there with the sword in front of you, and then
Yeah.
any excess immediately is just transferred.
Okay, perfect. That's all I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah. But he
I
can't
just
do that.
I remember you saying last session about the nurturing energy and how it was going to require a scene to put it into one of the swords. That's what I thought you were. So that's why I assumed that it took a scene to put energy material inside our swords,
I think that might have been for crystals.
just for crystals. Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe the same with the sword nurturing energy that you were picking up as well. Not sure though.
No, it's just transferring influence, and when you put enough influence in, it turns into a sword nurturing energy. And if you put enough, it turns into a medium tier, and then you're trying to get 10 medium. So
I guess the difference I could see is that a crystal takes longer because it's more solid, right? And then the energy is easier to utilize because it's more flowing, right? It's kind of not as
Mm,
not as dense or easier to work with. That's why I'll look at it, I guess.
okay.
Well, I'm getting a call. One sec. I guess we're gonna go back to William here in a second, anyway.
I'm here. Sorry, I'm with my significant other. And we're making sure that things of the day get done before. Yeah. Anyways, um, a day in a DTS, and then I have roughly 2 weeks of other things. Oh, how does my poison sword react to that? To hitting,
the
I guess, tier 2.
Well, you get all the tier 2 stuff.
Also,
Yeah. Poison sword. Is now a tier 2 relic. We like that. Boop. And then we got the
okay, so from here, this is tier 2. I believe that I can see it in the chat. Or, well, yeah, Poison Sword is the one that I'm not sure of. If Poison does anything different.
EU? Yeah, something like that. Yes. And then the other part. Gotta do. So this is the first half. And this will be the second half. Mhm. Your unique poison eaten. Sorry, yeah, adds 10% of your unique poisons eaten has flat damage. So anything that has a different name than something else. So your 100 low rank poisons, the 90 non-lethal ones, those are all unique. They'll do something unique that are separate from each other. And then the 10 lethal low grade. So that'd be 100 right there. Uh,
Biggest bonkers damage.
biggest bucket. Then you had quite a few, probably say maybe 10 of those mediums that you just ate were different. You just had a whole bunch of the same ones. Hello.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot that. And I heard all of that. I thought I had 1,000 mundane poisons. The reason I say that is because that's how much health I regain because you said, "Hey, you ate 1,000." That's also how many days I had because you said, "Hey, I ate 1,000." Was it 100? Then 90 mundane, and then 10 lethal.
I thought you were
Low
talking
grade.
about the crystals you just ate.
I eat. I ate 100 crystals.
Maybe I'm just making things more confusing. But you do have 1,000. That is your number, from what I remember.
Okay, I'm not misremembering then. Okay, and with let's see, sword
No, I wrote it
fog
down.
experience. If placed near a door in a room, the poison fog will seep under the door and into the room behind it with a toxic value equal to 1% of your poisons.
Known times. Sorry, I forgot the N.
Wouldn't it be that poison's consumed rather than poison's known?
I guess
known,
kind of-
consumed. That's
yeah,
kind of what I was
same
leaning
thing.
into.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't know them until he consumes them, in a sense.
Mhm.
Sure.
Even if I create them, I only know a little bit of what it does once I consume them. Oh, I know them intimately. Alrighty. Poison Sword has created a catalyst.
So, you guys remember when I said that the baby shower is at 2:30?
Yeah.
It's not at 2:30 anymore.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Is
at
it earlier?
yeah, it's literally at 11 o'clock, which is in a minute. So I've been bamboozled, and it kind of screws up everything because if we started at normal time, this would have been fine. But
I apologize.
I mean,
No.
it should happen. You guys are here, and you guys keep doing your due. I'm gonna keep recording. I'm probably gonna be like 30 minutes max,
Sure.
probably. So you guys just keep doing you. I can think about what I'm gonna do for stuff anyway. I'm just gonna capture the sword energy that Chung Po just put into his sword, and then I'm also gonna be putting sword influence into the swords that I have. So you guys just work after the 2 weeks. I think we'll be okay. Are you guys gonna be
Understood.
okay? I feel bad for doing this to you guys, but I think
No,
you'll
it's
be
all
fine.
good.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Everything will be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Just
We
fine.
got this. Good luck.
You got this. All right. Talk soon.
Alrighty. So, continuing with needing to run through 2 weeks of time, I have the sword catalyst now. Lyron,
Mm-hmm. What?
have you unlocked stage 5 of the sword path, or should this be we wait a little bit?
I unlocked stage 5. I need another catalyst
For stage
for
6?
stage 6. And was it a sword truth for stage 5, or is it a sword truth and a catalyst for stage 6?
I believe it's a catalyst for stage 5.
Yeah, then it's a sword truth and a catalyst, which we have a sword truth, but the sword is a
You do.
lie. Which is
No, that's only part of it.
oh,
If you get the sword truth wrong, it's not much of a truth.
true. But we can always meditate in front of the sword that is named after the truth. To learn the whole truth. And nothing but the truth.
Well, isn't nothing but the truth?
And a lie.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, the sword as a
would
lie is only part of the truth. You need the whole thing if you want to use it.
Wanderer's truth crystal that they handed me apply here? Is that with red tape? I realize
Their
it's not
actual
sword.
truth crystal?
A piece of it. Hang on a second. She gave me something of it.
No, That is it's you need a sword truth, not a whatever truth that they're pursuing.
Truth
So it's
crystal.
basically a sword teaching.
Okay, gotcha.
For
Yeah,
teaching.
You
they
need a
gave me a.
profound sword truth.
Understood.
Yeah.
To clarify, they gave me a truth crystal matrixy.
Oh, you're gonna need a bunch of those to form your truth crystal.
Understood.
Yeah.
And yeah. Um. Hmm.
I also have a truth crystal matrixing, but that's from cutting the moon.
Nice. I think I did that too, but maybe I got that matrixy somewhere else. Let's see. We know that the sword is a lie is a truth.
Sword teaching, yeah.
Is
So
a
we didn't
sword
need a sword
teaching.
teaching beforehand. And then we can learn the rest of that once we actually get another catalyst, because I don't have much of a reason for that moment.
Um. What exactly are you working on for your end? Just curious.
Are you caught up with the 2 weeks?
Nope. So
I'm
working on
still
that.
doing
But,
what you're doing then, which is cultivating my sword. Except you finished a lot sooner.
yeah, it's easier when you can just eat.
Yep. I eat the influence.
Um. hmm. Where were you going to go after you did the 2 weeks?
I was
What
going
were you
to
gonna do?
look up and maybe down to see what the stone looks like, since we've hit the walls on either side of us.
I think I'll do that then. Let's see what happens.
Because maybe we can make a second floor or a third floor.
I'll start with down. See what that does. Maybe we can create a basement.
Okay. Or digging. Yeah.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Yep. We diggy hole our way to success. Or, Balrogs. Would you like a survival strength?
You could sword it.
Mm-hmm.
Sword
God,
digging.
I feel like any master would just pull up a gun and shoot me in the face. Like it's not even a sword, but you don't deserve the sword at this rate.
Well, this is Lar cleared out this whole place by swinging his sword.
I remember.
But he also is good at destroying things with his sword.
Yeah, he is. Let's see what happens. I take my poison sword, freshly made tier 2, and see if I can do anything to the walls. See if I can carve out some stairs deep into the underground. Is there any role you want for that?
You just gotta pick a room. Where are you going?
Let's do. Where would we want a basement? I think we go to the kitchen and we add like a door right here, and it will be underneath the living room when it's all done. Most of the time, you find stairs to the basement and the kitchen, right?
upstairs. Kitchen?
Yeah.
We could do kitchen. We could do. I think kitchen works for that. The upstairs, we wanted to have stairs in the greeting room, and then make the upstairs a landing pad so that we can vent people out the airlock, which is the greeting room.
Maybe I start there. Well, hold on, because landing pad implies that there's nothing above where we want to put our ceiling.
Symbolically, sure. You can always have your airlock, like, not on the top level. So I guess it could be an airlock, a landing zone. But the basement probably isn't going to be a landing zone. I don't know what we're going to do with the basement, but we can figure that out once we clear out the area. Who needs stairs? We're cultivators. We jump.
So you're gonna do it right there, straight down.
You know what they say in Minecraft? Never dig straight down. Could be lava underneath us.
Yeah, it's still stairs. We're still trying to do stairs.
Like a spiral staircase. It takes a bit of space.
Not even spiral, just into the living room and going straight down.
Oh,
Hey, what do
okay.
we want in our basement? That's a.
See, that's an excellent question. We could move our treasury down there.
Kind of like that idea, and then where do we put the treasury?
We were able to downstairs.
Oh.
Starts to get hot really, really quick.
Ooh, hot.
Yes.
We could put the bathroom down there to make it uncomfortable for anybody.
A steamed bathroom. Just a steamed bath. Perfect.
I wonder if it's going to get cold going up. Or maybe it'll get hot too. Now, how quick is really, really quick? Like, if we were trying to make another floor down there, would there be enough space before it gets super hot to...
About 10 feet down.
So floor.
Yeah, so about a floor. It gets pretty hot. And then after you go past the 10 floor mark, it starts to get really hot. Or the 10 foot mark.
Okay. So maybe clear out a spot. Make sure there's supports for the top floor. We could have like a cultivator wine cellar down there. I don't know. It's connected to the kitchen.
Well, a wine cellar, you actually kind of went cold, I thought.
This is a cultivator wine cellar. But yeah, you do
hot.
kind of want it cold.
Theoretically, you could make the downstairs of the training room, or, well, no, we said the vault. So we have an upstairs, top left corner, that could be a room.
Yep.
I'm glad. I will go ahead and create the room and like leave it empty, and we will just like figure out what we want there. I like the idea of the treasury being down here because it makes it harder. Or if there is truly a reserve area, but I feel like the heat actually makes that not preserving. The vaults, I think, are a good idea. I could also see extreme heat training
Well,
as
it's
a
hotter down
training.
there. We could put the nursery down there.
Why do we want to cook our baby blades?
Temper. Well, reforge and then temper, I guess. We don't necessarily want to reforge the swords. Is it a kneel? Anyway. Hmm.
Hmm. I leave the basement empty, and I will. Let's see. How long would you say that it takes me to make a room?
I'm gonna make some sword rolls. Because well, you've got your sword energy better. Are you that much better at swinging a sword? I guess if you have sword energy, it's probably pretty easy to clear out anyway. Hmm. Almighty TM, how long does it take to clear out the basement?
Well, the entirety of the space below.
Or are you trying to
Like
just do
double? I was thinking just the living room for structural integrity at this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. How much of a height are you giving the ceiling?
Same as this one. Like a standard height.
About 10 feet, but if you go
Yeah.
up 10 feet, you'll just burrow out the floor of the floor above.
6 feet. Make it
Okay.
a little tight, but it'll work.
Yeah.
I think Lar might be like 6 feet something, but he can bend over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if this is supposed to be the vault. You go there when you need it.
Oh sure.
Um. Yeah.
It probably takes you about a day
Okay.
to hack and carve your way through.
Uh, gonna attempt the ceiling route.
Or are you going to go up?
I think we said the greeting room. We were going to.
So we
I think
can
it's this side.
use this wall or this wall to
Yeah.
carve stairs into.
Yeah.
All right. And you're going to make a thing go up from there? That's the access hallway.
Yep.
Yes, it's gonna be either on this wall or this wall. Stairs up.
Oh, you mean from this side?
No. No, we want the landing pad to be connected to the greeting area so that we can
Yep.
vent them out the
Theoretically.
airlock if somebody is not able to come in.
Yeah.
Because if it's symbolically to space, then maybe symbolically we can remove their oxygen in a literal
Alright.
fashion. And we're not necessarily letting people land on the landing pad that are going to have permission to enter.
Okay. Oh. Down. All right, Mr. Poe. You start going upwards.
Yes.
And about 10 feet going up, you're starting to cleave your way through, and you find the rocks are embedded with these metal fragments. And we're talking like large pieces of armor or metal.
Huh.
that have honed edges. And carving your way through, you will find these as you're, cutting and hacking your way through the stone, and eventually, as you hit a shard of metal that does not give.
Huh.
Hmm.
How far up is that?
Right past the 10 feet.
Can
So
I
we
wanna
have
s-
space for a floor up here too. Okay.
I would
Or
like
right
to
past.
see if the shard of metal that would not give, if it is like I can dig around it, see if it can be excavated. Is it a sword, an armor? That's kind of what I'm wondering there, as well
You can
as
dig
like
around it.
okay.
When it comes free, it
Mhm.
crashes into the ground, and then starts to down the stairs,
Oh dear.
and then into the floor,
Into the
into the
greeting
greeting room.
room.
Yeah.
So we now
Um,
have a shard of metal just sitting here.
Yep.
we have a
It
large shard.
looks like a large jagged fragment.
Hmm.
Okay.
It would be more akin to something on a armored vehicle rather than something small. This is a very large armor fragment or metal shard fragment, jagged thing. Unsurprisingly, all of its edges are sharp, including the flat side.
Hmm.
Okay then.
Maybe we infuse that into the door to make our door sharp. Infuse into the walls to make the walls sharp.
Is let's see. Lyron, have you ever seen anything like this?
I don't know. I'm singing at my sword.
Right. Never mind, you keep singing, I be digging. I go to Mini Lorekeeper in the vault.
Also, did you just ask the blind man if he's seen anything like this? That is incredibly rude.
I keep singing.
You?
Alrighty. Chunpo stops by the vault to talk to his master.
Mm-hmm.
Master, I think I've found a chunk of, I'm assuming, and I'm guessing here, I think this was somebody else's sword at one point, and they didn't make it, and this is what remained, and the sword is still sharp.
They hold out a normal sword, and they put that sword next to the piece of metal, and the jagged shard of metal is 8 times the width of a normal blade,
Dear Lord.
and 3 times as deep or as thick.
Mhm.
It's like, I don't think this belongs to a sword.
Where are we? That just sharp metal this size
Sword
just
Carnival.
Wha- Yes. Yes, we are.
Yeah, yes, we are. I have given you my sagely advice.
Thank you, Master. Uh,
You're most welcome.
right, I'll keep looking. Uh, I wave and good luck. And
Are you trying to ask what it is?
yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. It's a little different than the questions you asked. Alright, but explicitly asking what is it? No idea. I have not been able to gain access to the Sword Carnival until today. Well, when you arrived.
Hmm.
Probably. You know that question you asked?
How to get secrets out of the enigmatic?
No, the big question. that you asked the other guy, the elder.
The difficult mountain.
Yes. What the name of the sword carnival or the maestro was?
No,
No, not that one.
no.
Another big question. I'm not sure, Master.
Uh,
The mountain one.
The mountain one. Oh, how to fight or how to beat an unstoppable mountain?
Difficult.
A difficult mountain.
mm-hmm. You might be in one.
Oh, we're in that mountain.
Might be. You're not sure. A lot of mountains have a weird physique, and a strong mountain will have a powerful physique. That also includes the ores and materials that can be found within it.
I think I had
Another
asked
thing for
how do
consideration.
I think I had asked how do I beat the wandering mountain or something like that. But yes, I do remember it. And I completely meant that as a metaphor for somebody who's very, very strong. But I didn't realize those were physical mountains.
Well, there's physical mountains and then the metaphor. They answered both.
Understood.
Because technically, even if you get to the environmental carving stage, where you could take a sword and go, "Hi-ya!" and then, carve away the environment, that's still a significant advantage. Enough so that you can use the environment to your advantage and not to your opponent's. And that usually is the part where opponents have a really hard time dealing with combatants.
Mhm.
It's hard to fight when there's nowhere to stand.
I won't. I bow and say thank you, Masterful, for the help, and I take the chunk of metal to the nursery.
What do you pick it up with?
My hands.
Oh. What's your sword energy?
Unknown.
Cut your
Not
hands
much.
and you can't pick it up. You go to pick it up and it cuts your hands deep, and you're like,
Ow. How much damage does it? Is it just the harder I push, the more damage it does?
Mhm.
Okay.
So right now you took 1 damage to each hand.
Okay. Well, that. Okay. When I apply my sword to this metal, does it cut my sword?
No.
I use my sword as like kind of a pokey stick and maneuver it into the nursery.
Unfortunately, it is very hard to move.
Okay.
You find yourself straining just to move it a few inches at a time.
Straining for a few inches at a time. Okay. How long would you say that it takes me to slowly move it inch by inch to the nursery?
You get to about as far as the front door guy. And he's like, we're not ready for that.
Okay. Okay, I get to Strongford's Mercy.
Mhm.
Sitting
You can
there
stack them
panting.
next to me.
Oh, okay, good. That's great. Awesome. All
This is
right.
also presumably cutting you as you're pushing it.
Yeah, more than likely, but I heal.
You regenerate. Yeah.
Unless it says
It's-
like, hey, no regen, but
No.
so I'm just really worn out.
Mm-hmm. Be strong affords mercy. Kind of. It kind of looks it over. A good find. Bit on the smaller side and a bit on the duller side, but a good find.
Kind of. Well, to me, kind of sharp.
Yes, because you're not sharp yet.
Is there a way to sharpen this?
Sharpen yourself or this?
Let's say both. I think I understand how to sharpen myself in a way.
Don't worry about this.
Okay. Sharpen me.
Good find. Yep.
Got it.
Mhm.
Cool. I go do that. I go to the training room and start sharpening, practicing sword energy. Also, I don't have a tracker for actual sword energy at this time. I know that I'm at stage 5, and I have
One level of sword energy.
one level of sword energy. Okay. Sword training.
So I guess we got the sword energy at stage 4.
Yeah. One level of sword.
I do have 2 if I'm wielding my sword, which is presumably pretty good.
The Desiring Edge is stage 5. This was granted from the Arrogant Edge. Okay, sorry, I had to see my significant other off for work. Sitting
Very
down,
important.
sharpening myself. Yes.
Very-
Got level 1 sword energy. I don't know past that. Sharpen myself. I would like to. I look at the strong forward's mercy. Question:
Yep.
Is there? I shouldn't just try to run down the path, right? There's a level of sharpening that I should do before trying to get to level 6. Or is that not possible? Like, do I sharpen as I walk down the path, or should I sharpen myself and then go down the path?
Either works. Just depends on how much you can juggle.
Alrighty. Then Chunpo will go and proceed to test out and try to sharpen himself and his energy, and to see if he can hold the material without getting cut. Also, is that technically a different way to cultivate because it's blade stuff? I'm not sure if I have to devour for all things.
No, just poison.
Just poison.
But you can't gain influence unless you devour poison.
Understood.
But you could still intake other teachings and whatnot.
Gotcha. I will Let's see. The process of flow and the starting of the engine, and I believe that I got it started. I want to practice flow for a week and practice trying to get that sharpness sharper. And in my mind, I see it as meditation, but I don't know if that's what you would describe it as.
More of an exercise in frustration. This particular metal that you have found, this metal fragment, which I
Yes.
have a little thing there for you. It just you're not sure how to use it to train. It just cuts you if you touch it with your hands.
Hmm. Okay.
It cuts you less if you have your sword with you, but it still cuts you.
Oh, it's got sword energy.
Yes, so it seems. The strong affords mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Should, if a sword is made out of this material, does that automatically make it a better sword?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't know the qualifications of what is and what isn't a good sword or a better sword.
Do you feel envy?
I don't know yet.
Fair enough.
I think yes,
Perhaps.
specifically. Well, he has envy in his repertoire of emotions, but
That's why I said yet.
yep. We still don't know if he even feels any of the emotions that were given to him.
Hmm. Just cuts. If I have the sword, it cuts me less. I
Well,
feel like
you
it's
have
just a
higher sword
tier.
energy.
Yeah, it's just a tier above. And to get to the next tier is just walking down the path. What does it take to activate stage 5 and go into stage 6? I have the catalyst, but I haven't done anything with it yet.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, you have that new catalyst from the tier 2 relic. You haven't done anything with it.
Yes.
You could go train to the next level.
I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Doing it.
Well, his first that he used that catalyst to get to 5, right? Or did he have another catalyst?
I
I
just
got one
got the
from getting the
catalyst.
tier 2 relic.
Yes.
Yeah. So he has, yeah. So he has the 1. So he got to 5, right?
Correct.
Or I guess you haven't gotten to 5 yet. Is what's going on here.
I've filled 5. I have the catalyst. I have not achieved 5.
Just go sit down and meditate. And then if
Okay.
you already have the bar, you just use the catalyst when you meditate and boom. Do you need me to post 5 foil?
I believe I have. Let me write down what I believe that I.
Dancing through the sword path. The jubilant edge.
Jubilant Edge. I have the Desiring Edge is the last one that I have, which
Yep,
said,
that'd be
"Hey, pick."
4.
Okay, I don't have tier 5 then.
Then I shall bequeath it upon ye. Ha!
Nice. Into stage 4 and 5. There's some reading I haven't done yet.
So to get to stage 6, you will
Mhm.
need da-da-da-da, that.
4,000, a catalyst, and sword teaching. Now, is it another catalyst?
Yep.
Okay, making sure.
You're gonna need pretty much a catalyst for each one.
Understood.
Hmm.
Righty. Catalyst for each one, and I'll need a truth. Now, always so many questions. Wasn't there something that you said, hey, I need to pick something soon?
It's stage 6 that we end up choosing our
Okay.
sword path between swordsman, scholar.
Oh, okay. Okay. I've kind of more or less chosen already.
Oh, for your sword energy,
Yes.
which I think you chose. You chose to be able to apply poison through it
Okay. Right.
or something. I think.
The ability to mix and match some things, and yeah.
And get a poison whenever you strike, so you get to choose at that time.
All right.
I think.
And the thousands was just saying I'll go ahead and try to train up to stage 6 and get the fill it at least. So that would be just several weapon skills and DOS. I believe we were measuring DOS for the thousands.
I think it. No, DOS is just for
Okay, just
influence
progress.
training,
Okay.
which is not something
Nah.
you do.
Yep, not me. Alrighty. Then so just progress and training. 20 times 4, or no, 20, 5 times 4 to get me 20, and then just lots of weapon skill. And let's see, what were some of the last rolls that we were doing on my end? 18 less than for 80. Yeah, those were days, and that was the stage sword. Okay. And each success gained to 22 progress. All right. So we're back to that. Hmm. Let's see, summary. I have 33 merit left. And I've already done Montage Hero twice. If I did do it a third time, it'd be 15. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Is it okay if I spend XP at this time, or should that be before session?
We're not in combat.
Yeah, you're not in combat.
Okay. Then I will go ahead and continue. I spend 15 XP into a might select for Montage Hero. And now I have 5 times the multiplier. Because, yeah, Montage Hero, training personal and researches group. Rest bonuses, where are you? We are doubled, tripled, quad, quin.
So you're doing the pick one source that provides a roll bonus and double it. You're making it triple, quad, pentuple.
Well, it already was tripled and quad. Now I'm quintupled.
Okay.
I have, yeah.
So
I'm up.
you've made those purchases in the past?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the triplet was 5.
The
The
quad was 10,
10,
and
and
now
then
the
this one will
quin
be
is
15.
15. Yes.
Yep. All right, cool. Just want to make sure.
Yep. So now, for training purposes, yeah, ×5 your bonus, or your largest bonus for progress.
For you, it's research for us is ×5. Training for
True.
everybody else is ×4 since that's from mine.
True. However, hey, if you want to research, baby, you will get that bonus.
Oh yeah, I get that sweet +30 progress that is now quintupled.
That's what, 150?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Alrighty, start doing some rolls. A week. I have to do 2 days, then rest, and then another 2 days, then rest. So /arm 18. We'll do 36 just to make it faster. E 100 less than 80. That's without any bonuses. There's a 99. No 100s. 28 times 20. It'd be 22 for that one. That turns that to 25, and then I still get +2. 27 times 28. $756 progress. Okay, and we're going to copy, paste, 56. Okay, that's 2 days of the week that I have left, because when I said I did a week of training in the futility, did I actually do a week of training of futility, or a exercise in futility, or did that like end quickly because I realized it was futile?
Well, it was an exercise in frustration, not futility. There's a big difference in those two words. Futility is, by verbatim, futile to continue to practice. You will gain nothing, even if it was frustrating. Frustrating means you can still make progress. It's really slow. It's really inefficient, and it's maddening to your character. Now, it can induce insanity gain because it's just, why am I doing this to myself? I must be a crazy person. But
Fun.
progress can be made.
Gotcha. We will. Well, then, yeah. I believe that I had stopped. Then I don't think that I would continue to do that. And I went down the whole other thing that I'm going to assume that I'm still somewhere within the week and a half point of leftover time of the 2 weeks, if that's okay. Because I think like 2 days, a few days have passed, and that roll is 2 days worth of rolls.
Sure.
So
No
we're at
problem.
Okay.
We're just kind of cruising along, you know?
Yeah. I have to take a rest because
you do.
otherwise fatigue starts happening. I
Yeah, we
get
can't have that.
I get 6 that turn into what, 130? Scroll. 6 at 80, 18, 140. Okay. 140. Oh, I got a 1. Double the progress amount. So I would have gotten 7 successes technically. Or does something else happen?
For training, it's just double progress and a D4 for whichever stat you were training with.
Weapon skill. Let's get that D4.
Yep. Since it's training, it's just the D4, nothing else attached.
A whole 1.
Still faster.
Yeah.
Because ones also count as double progress.
Okay, so it is like, so you're
Hmm.
7 times 27, 189, 945. And then, let's see. So 30. Because I did the 6 with the bonus. 30 of them just at 80 is the rest of the 2 days. 23. Let's see, 23 times 27. 1556 or 1566. Okay. That's another breast in 2 more days should put me at that week mark. So rest. Six more. Seven, 2, 8, and ooh, lovely. So 18 successes in total, or would it be 16 successes because of the 100s?
It'd be 18,
18.
because they're already being counted as not a success. So you just need to
Yeah.
count them one more time.
Plus quantity 18 times. 2214. That's at least a week. You said it was full 2 weeks.
Yeah, I spent a full 2 weeks.
Okay. That was 6 days worth. There's a day of me eating and chilling in front of a screen. Shit, there really hasn't been much else. Okay. I have to take a rest because otherwise fatigue will happen. So another DTS. We're already at. This is third rest. How many sixes do I see there? 6, 6. Okay, one more. So this would be my third rest, which would be another day, a day of sleep that has been added, which puts that to 5 days. So I can do.
If you're struggling to figure out what you want to train, you could also get some reinforcements from the manuals.
That's a whole nother idea. I was more struggling to figure out how many days had passed.
Oh, right. Never mind. Didn't want to give you more ideas if you're wanting more things to do already.
Let's see. I'll go ahead. Plus 6. 2376. And I think after. So this. I believe I'm close to that 2-week mark. I think. 27. Nothing crazy. Oh wow, we got a pi there. Not a pi square. I'm an idiot. 3105. I'm very close.
Very close indeed.
I believe that is the end of the 2 weeks. Good luck, Lyron. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. You.
Aha!
Ah.
Lyroon.
My rune. Yes. So I've successfully meditated upon my sword. Cultivated lots. I've got normal parry. I guess I could continue learning the mathematics chant in the training room. Which I think Chun Po might end up being in that room at that point, but actually, I have a question. Is it a solid wall here, going down towards our cells, or does it look like we could dig towards our cells further?
I need you to hold that arrow.
Let me pull up an arrow. Down. Like if we went this way, towards our cells, is that
Oh.
something that we can currently go towards? Or is it solid, like going this direction?
No, you can go downwards.
Okay, so we can go towards the cells.
You'll hit the wall pretty quickly. Like you guys have burrowed out towards the cells Actually, hold on.
As much as we can.
Let me just double check.
So I just wanted to clarify that. So
Oh, it.
pretty sure.
Yeah, you guys have burrowed almost immediately into the cells, so it's like you start cutting your way, and then you hit that really hard granite.
Okay, but we could technically get through that granite. They just didn't want us to.
Correct.
But we can't get through the other directions. Okay. Or is it the same granite? So it's just like a discouragement. Like if we go in a different direction, is it the same material the cells are made of that are these walls?
Those are different.
Those are different. Those
Yeah.
actually block
You guys
us.
have not been able to put a scratch on those yet.
Okay. Got it. Suppose just training up the path to the sword stage 6. Which I guess I could do so that if I got a sword catalyst. I would actually like to meditate upon the sword as a lie to attempt to learn that full teaching, since Lara never like verbalized that whole thing to us. So, what kind of role is it to commune with the sword? Is that still like a weapon skill?
To train?
I'm trying to learn the sword truth from the sword. Is a lie.
Didn't Lar give it to you?
I don't think so. Not in full. He gave the name of the sword as a lie here. But presumably this embodies that truth or teaching.
Only if you got it right.
I will revisit that when Lar gets back, so we can determine if he got it right.
Because the sword is a lie is potentially a truth, but the one he learned was different.
Okay.
It has more parts to it.
Got it. Do I want to learn another mathematics level? Or movement mechanics, maybe? Movement mechanics gets me some more Gestalt. And I can do that still. Because I'm only at movement mechanics level 2.5. So I could probably get up to 210. I don't know if I can do 3 with a fleshy meatbag body, but each level would give me some qigong and energy, and yeah, we'll take Master of the Singularity over to the training area so I can learn some more move mechanics.
Chunpo also says, Lyron, I found a rock! Or metal!
A rock?
I found this thing! It hurts!
Surrounded in rocks. Well, go check it out.
Yeah. I'm not sharp enough.
Well, I think we're about the same sharpness.
Yeah. But yeah, I found it.
Also, why is the poison sword in the kitchen? Wouldn't that poison our stuff?
He was just chilling. Also, we have stairs.
Oh,
It gets hot down when you go down. And there's metal when you go up that's sharp and hurts you. Just beware.
like this middle?
Yeah, like that one. Otherwise,
Interesting.
I've just been training.
Fair enough. I was planning on going to do some training myself. We have, it looks like our swords are of a similar tier.
Mm.
We could train with them together once when you are caught up temporally with me.
What do you mean by temporally?
Well, I'm still meditating right now, as far as you're aware.
Ah, gotcha.
So you haven't gotten through the 2 weeks yet.
I thought you did.
No, I did. Did you not?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did. So we are
That's
caught
why-
up.
Yeah, that's
Never
why I was
mind.
talking.
So just waiting on me, eh?
Hey,
Yep.
there he is.
For 2 weeks, I was deciding what to do. We dug down. It gets really hot, really fast digging down, and it gets really sharp, really fast going up.
Cool.
Yeah, I found a chunk of metal that is sharp that hurts.
Going up.
Yes.
Cool.
But we do have a room for upstairs and downstairs.
Nice.
So yeah.
Well, who would have thunk that going up or going down would increase our sanctuary size?
My God. Well, funnily enough, it didn't. No.
No? Oh, shit.
Same size. Don't really know how it works, but no, we got 2 extra rooms now. We were thinking of moving the armory downstairs.
Oh, yes.
Or the vaults, yeah.
Yes, the vault.
And then let's see. For upstairs was supposed to be for the airlock. And
But I don't know how we're supposed to.
access the outside. Also, we might be inside of a wandering mountain.
No, a powerful mountain.
A powerful mountain.
Not a challenging one, eh?
Challenging mountain. That's the word.
Challenging. Yeah.
How'd you know this? This information.
We don't know it. We're guessing and we are
Oh.
speculating.
I see.
Yes, yes.
Cool.
So yeah, we were just debating on what to do training wise next.
Yeah. If Savala, I've put in some time to get to stage 6, mostly there.
And we also need to know how well you understand the sword teaching that you imbued with that sword, so we could know if we could learn it from you.
Sword of the Lie? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Because evidently there's more to it than just that.
I suppose.
Welcome back,
Uh,
Johnny.
hey,
How
thanks.
was it?
Well, it was quite the adventure. It was not in town, so it was out of town. And Facebook had the wrong address, so we went to a different town than what it was supposed to. But they're pretty much right beside each other, so just a little hop, skip, and a jump. And yeah,
So, wrong time, wrong place.
wrong time, wrong place. Got there. I was the only guy besides the kids, so it was all ladies, and yeah, I was the entertainment, of course, and had one of her gorgeous cupcakes, a little piece of bread and little piece of meat, and some tea, and said goodbye. We already got something from her registry, so like she already had all her present and everything. So yeah, quite the adventure. It was about an hour. I know I told you guys 30 minutes here, but I think I said an hour in chat before, but that was also wrong time. So it's about an hour and what I was expecting. But it was quite the adventure. But now we're back with cultivation and stuff.
Much cultivate.
I see you guys
With love.
are done and just waiting on me.
No,
so
they're still working on stuff.
Oh,
Well, we were thinking about what to work on.
Yeah,
Nice.
we'll
I think I'm out of sync now, time wise. Though I'm like the last one to.
Nope, this is right at the 2 weeks. Unless you hadn't finished your 2 weeks.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh.
during those 2 weeks, I'd be slash R. So, if I'm correct, it's 8 and 80. Is that correct, Matt? Am I right on that for the amount of tribulations that happened for Chun Po sword?
Mm,
Because he hit 100 10 times
mhm.
in 2 before from last session, and then he got the secondary lower tier, 100
It'd
times
be
total.
90 and 10.
90 and 10. Okay, I thought he was at 2,000. That's why.
Well, like in total, like
In
he's
total,
reached
yeah,
the
yeah,
maximum, so it doesn't matter what was left. He just needs to hit the 90 and 10.
okay. So if that's the case, uh, if that's total, and I did 18 before,
On just the poison sword.
yeah, just the poison sword. So let's do low first. So sweet, and then nice. So 2 and a fair amount of the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 L to M. Cuckoo. And I've already done 2 days. Rest. Let's continue on just doing some of that. 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6 day, 7 day, 9 day, 10 day, 11 day, 13 day, 14 day, and 100 on one of the rolls. Okay. All right. I'm all caught up then too. I just need to allocate the influence to the swords, and we'll go from there. The only thing maybe we could talk about is the 100 on the influence roll for myself, Matt.
No, just a fail. You get a
Okay.
Dow essence,
Okay.
Dow droplet, for
Gotcha.
failure, and then it counts as a subtraction.
Gotcha. Okie dokie. Alrighty. Well, then I am all cut up to you guys. One thing I wanted to talk to you guys about. Everyone, can we have a little meeting in the living room?
Mhm.
Certainly.
So, well, if I'm correct in what I see with my 2 eyeballs, my polygon friends, you both have your sword energy now.
Oh, yes. And when we wield a sword, we have 2 levels of it.
Oh, yes, because you are fancy swordmen. And yes, scholars. And you've both picked your choices, right? For sword scholar and swordsman?
Yes.
No, that's in the
I
next
know.
level.
Next
Yeah.
level
Level
for you.
6.
All right.
Level
So
6.
still waiting on that for you. All right. Well, now
Yeah.
now that we have the sword energy, I was thinking we could go back down to the vault and go to the next stage because we never got one before. So now it's time to see what else the keeper of swords can show us.
Hmm. And we have 2 levels of sword energy. You only have 1. When wielding the swords, that is.
But that's fine. You can bring your swords, and that means you have 2. So you'll
Yes.
be matched up with me as well.
Oh, you have 2 levels?
2 sword energies for myself.
Oh. Then we would be matched up.
Mhm.
And then they could probably teach us something greater.
Right.
Maybe a way to get more sword catalysts. Or
Sword
more.
catalysts, or some different types of stances for ourselves, or different usages with the sword energy. Who knows, honestly?
Sword teachings, perhaps.
Yes.
All right. To the sword
To
vault.
the vault. The vaulted sword.
Okay. There's the sword keeper in the middle. And you have a room filled with a lot of training weapons.
Swordkeeper. My companions and I are at stage energy state. No, not state. Energy of 2 now. We should be able to go to the location you were suggesting last time we talked.
You had energy of 1. You're using an external tool.
Oh, so does it work that way? All right, all right. Well, we're all at least 1 for ourselves. Can we go to the next stage then?
Hmm. I suppose it won't be pleasant. Um, All right. And the room expands outward again. And you can definitely tell it's kind of built like concentric cubes.
Yeah.
And each level has a differently colored stone. Some of which is just very slight.
Mhm.
But you can definitely tell there's a difference. In the next area, there's a bunch of mannequins that have a sword.
Ooh.
Yep. And there's a bunch of weapons on the wall. There's a couple bookcases. There's a couple odd stations you not sure what is, but in front of all of them, evenly spaced throughout that area, a bunch of sword mannequins.
Mhm.
Do be careful when you step into this particular area. I hope your energy is sufficient.
Well, everyone, what do you think? Would you like to continue on, or do you want to try something different?
We've got this, fam.
We've got
What
this,
is
man.
this?
We've got this.
Looks like a training area.
Hmm.
Your swords seem up for the challenge, but I don't know about yourselves. So I guess now it's time to test our blades against, well, what is in front of us.
Sounds good to me. Who's gonna go in first?
I was going to take this time to count up my stuff. So you guys should go first.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing math. Go first.
I'll
You
step
guys
into
got this
the
right.
arena.
You guys got this, fam.
As I have got this, fam, I will step into the arena.
Okay. You feel a sharp prickliness roll across your skin.
Oof.
Like you were being stabbed by a ton of tiny needles. And then occasionally, you feel like someone sliced you with a paper, like the edge of a paper or an edge of a razor.
Oh God.
Extremely superficial, but boy does that hurt.
Paper cuts are no joke.
Yep.
Okay. Do the mannequins do anything?
Not yet.
Okay. Then I'll go up to one of them and use flowing sword. Like step into that stance.
Too bad, loser. It
Ready.
attacks you first.
Well, I was that was the plan. Is I went into the stance. It attacks me.
Yeah.
I shall parry it. Normally.
No, just using normal parry. Yeah, you
I
parry.
haven't used it before. Yep.
What's your strength?
90. Do I have any strength reinforcements? I might have a strength reinforcement.
Pro tip: if you do have strength reinforcement, apply some of your narrative to it to increase its number. I've done that with Destiny Fragments before.
I do have weapon skill reinforcement.
Sure. Good. But your lack of strength, your knees buckle on the impact. You successfully parry. Just the strength behind and the weight behind the hit of the parry is something you are not ready for.
That is a lot of parrying. Can I utilize some of my flowing sword technique stuff to hit it back?
You are in a pin position.
Oh.
Basically, you had to take a knee, and you're holding the sword up in a continual parry while it's pushing down with superior strength.
Oh, this probably would have gone differently if I didn't have more normal parry anyway. Success parry. It is stronger. I don't know that I can I train my strength anymore? I guess I could get up to 100 technically. Well, if I could parry it, could I use this as strength training?
Not this moment, no.
No, not at this moment. Okay. Don't think this will help. I'll use some Shadow Qigong to become Shadow to get out of the way.
All right. Whoop. You move.
When I disengage, does it disengage, or is it going to continue to try attacking?
Did you disengage backwards? Like back towards the middle of the room?
Yes.
Then it stops and goes back to its position.
Do the mannequins look like they have different swords or physiques?
What's your perception?
My perception is 110, but I have awareness mastery.
Okay. There are certain things around the perimeter of that particular layer. There's nothing within reach, and you always have to go past the mannequins to get at the stuff behind. You see that there's almost an imperceptible checkerboard. You know how there's an alternating color white and black on a normal chess or checkerboard.
Mhm.
Each zone behind a mannequin is protected by that mannequin. So if you get past that mannequin, you can probably figure out that you can get to the stuff behind it.
Mhm.
But you can't go sideways, otherwise you engage that mannequin.
Yeah. The other
There
mannequin.
are
Okay.
about 90 mannequins that look completely identical even to your senses. Even their energy is identical. There are 10 that are not. And they have escalating energy levels and sharpness.
Oh. But I'm not strong enough to parry these dudes. I mean, and do
You
something
engaged one of the
afterward.
90 normal ones.
Yeah, I figured. Hmm. How do I don't know if I can deal with this other than be stronger. Was strength one of our special reinforcement books?
Yep.
It was one of the special ones? Okay.
But you need to roll a 1, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd need to roll a 1. Whew. I don't know if this training is very appropriate for the moment. I was able to parry it, but I couldn't do much afterwards. So if I roll to parry with normal parry, it just risks fumbling at 100 is basically the issue with that.
Potentially.
Okay. It attacked first. Like, I could always dodge, but that's not really helping here. And it felt basically overwhelming with the strength. Like,
Yeah, like
not
almost a
something that...
one-sided thing.
Yeah.
You could probably end up doing something clever, but any direct exchange, even with normal parry,
Like, it
you
successfully parry,
successfully
but that's the...
parry,
Yeah.
but your footing
Gonna
and
get
any
locked in.
stability you have crumples.
Yep. In order to be able to parry that.
Yep. And the way it strikes is it's not an overextended strike, so there's not really a vulnerability to it. So even if you were to successfully parry, you can't riposte or counterattack.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Need to figure out more things to do with parrying then. I'm gonna look at Poe. Does he look stronger than me? What? Got a 90 strength? Does Poe have more than 90 strength?
No, just put more than 9 strike.
That's what I'm asking. Mr. Poe? William?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
What's your strength?
My strength is, I believe, 80. Let me double check
Alright.
that. Never mind. My strength is 30. Strength hasn't been trained yet since I gave it away.
Let's see.
Oh, you probably don't want to step into that arena.
I could break your arms.
Well, I'm a lot stronger than you, and I was overwhelmed by the strength of one of those normal mannequins. Though I guess if
Understood.
you don't parry and you dodge instead, it might not be as bad.
I think I should just do some push-ups.
I was thinking the same thing for myself. And maybe read that reinforcement manual and figure out its secrets.
Hmm.
So I think I'll go do that next. And thank you for the opportunity, La, but I think this might be a little bit, well, it gives me something to strive for, to be able to parry that and not be overwhelmed.
Well, now you see your failure. You can work on
Yes.
that failure and improve from it, and we can come again.
Yes, I need to figure out how to parry, and even if they have superior strength, not be overwhelmed by them.
What's your agility, by the way?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
My agility is 100. Because I think I
Okay.
fed stuff to the sword.
The weird
Yeah.
part about you is you saw it coming. And you're like,
Mhm.
okay, here it comes. You saw the blade coming with your ample perception. But your body is too slow to move to do it proper. You go to parry, and your body twists itself in such a way to parry it just in time. Without that enhanced, ingrained, just intuition that you've built to parry, your body is too slow and too weak to fight these guys. But your
Yeah.
mind is fast enough, and you can see them. You're pretty sure you'd be able to successfully hit them and parry, but your speed and strength and durability is too low.
Like, I know how to do it, but my body
Mhm.
won't follow along. Or
Yeah.
it will with normal parry, but not in a productive manner.
Right. It's a matter of stats.
Yeah, that's what it's seeming. Unfortunately, my max stats are my strength can only go 10 higher, and my agility can only go 20 higher. But that might be enough with reinforcements. So
Mhm.
I think it's time to go read that strength reinforcement book and try to find its secret.
Yep.
What else it gives other than reinforcements. So I'll go do that.
Because each level of reinforcement also gives you a break
Yeah.
towards strength. And if you get
It
enough
does.
reinforcements, that'll give you enough limit breaks to really rack that stat really high.
hmm
So
So
might
I'm
be
going
worth
to the
it.
research library room. Taking my waveform sword with me. It doesn't actually help much with the research of reinforcements unless that is part of energy training, which I don't think it is. But I do get a quintuple bonus from Poe. And I'm guessing Poe's going to go do push-ups.
Yeah.
Because not enough strength. Though if I had enough agility, I wouldn't need enough strength because I could properly parry it. But if I get locked in due to being too slow, that doesn't really help. I don't remember if agility was one of the special books, though. Let me see. Because only 6 of them were special, right? The other
I do
ones were
believe
just.
influence was not one of them. And
Correct.
I thought we had 8, honestly.
No, we got one of each of the books, but only 6 of them were special.
Oh, I have chat log open right now. Let's do REF.
Let me see if I can help find it as well. Shown on page.
Actually, I think I'll just go to.
The transcript.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one it was though.
I will look over here. F reinforce. Fine.
So I thought they were reinforcement.
Yeah, they were reinforcement, but there's nothing that says reinforcement in the chat log.
Do you guys need the list?
Yes.
And you guys, I know you guys have all the books because you bought them all. But
Yep.
there was a
Only
couple.
6 of them are special.
6 of them were special.
Yep. And that's the ones
Fortunately,
I'm
you were
trying to
not
figure out.
able to find the influence one that was special, because
Yeah.
the curator did say there was the individual who made the special books, the author. There were one of each. Unfortunately, he does not have the 4 missing ones in his collection, so they're out there, but he doesn't have them. But you have the other ones in the meantime.
Yep.
You have ones that'll train you to 10.
Yep. And give a little something.
Oh, I found it.
Okay.
Donnie the Man.
These ones. I think I just posted it twice though. That was a quick copy paste.
Yep, it was a quick copy
Strength.
paste.
Ooh, strength and agility.
Toughness. It's willpower, int, perception, strength, toughness, agility. And yeah, that was so. Yeah, it was weapon skill, ballistic skill, influence.
So research both the strength and the agility. And
sure.
let's
It was-
start doing some mathematics rolls. Which I have mastery with the prospect mathematics. Okay. And research, I don't get to roll twice, but I do get quintupled progress bonus on that. And I do get... Is reinforcement... does the waveform sort of apply to it? For the research bonus?
It's not research. You're training using a book.
I'm not. I'm disassembling the book to find its secrets.
Then yes.
And then I will
Yes,
train
indeed.
it. Which it wouldn't matter because it's a Gestalt roll.
Yeah.
What is this? What is the quirk with the strength book? Are these pages just incredibly heavy or something?
Not just physically or like actually heavy. You can only turn the pages while doing an exercise, which it enhances that exercise.
Okay, so I am
So-
reading through the chapter in order to disassemble this as well because I have to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The minimum that it'll allow you to do exercise-wise is to do a horse stance and a deep one while reading.
I
But
can
it
just plank
increases
whole
the
time.
weight as you go for
Mhm.
every reinforcement, and then every time you flip a page, it's like you did a rep.
Okay. So it's applying fatigue each time, I'm assuming?
Mhm.
Okay. And how many pages is the first chapter?
100 pages.
So it's 100 fatigue. I can get through it.
Yep.
With one sitting.
This is for the secret, though.
Yes. I'm not actually learning it, but I do have to turn the pages, which is going to impose the fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just want one mathematics roll for this?
Sure.
Or okay.
Can you take up to 100 fatigue all in one
yes,
go?
I can.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And I will also throw as much key as I can in it to update that. So that would be 24 key, which is plus. 24 times 6. So that's plus 264 that I got there, which is another 26 degrees of success.
So you'll get through chapter 1. Who unveils
Yes, so
secrets.
51 degrees of success to
So
assemble
you're
it.
gonna get yourself some interesting things by discovering it.
Okay.
Where you'll find out that by discovering the secrets, this book trains your fatigue. The other one gave you qigong, right?
Uh-huh.
This one gives you fatigue and fatigue mitigation.
Oh. I like that.
Yep. And it stacks it higher and higher every chapter. And to reach the 11th tier, it gives you something particularly special. But that one's, you guys have figured out that one's pretty damn hard to figure out, the 11th reinforcement.
Yep, but it exists.
Yeah. So each tier, you have to take on more fatigue than the last one in one sitting. So it'll be plus 50 fatigue, and it gets up to really high numbers by the end. But each level gives you 10 fatigue threshold plus 5.
Plus 5. So I get 10
So the
for the
first
first
one gets 10, the next one will be 15, then 20, then 25, then 30. Each level will also give you untiring, which is whenever you would take a source of fatigue that is mitigatable, reduce it by the untiring number down to 0.
Oh.
It doesn't handle unmitigatable fatigue.
Yeah.
But if something were to just trickle feed you fatigue as you go, you can reduce it.
Is not resting unmitigatable?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay.
There are certain things that let you push yourself past that. So it turns there's a lot of loopholes in dealing with continued operations where you don't take a rest.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can turn the unmitigatable fatigue into mitigatable for a certain period of time.
Or into insanity.
Could be.
Well, I did that in the Tuesday campaign. But
there's a lot of loopholes around that particular.
Yep. But it requires an ability. Baseline, it is unmitigatable. Or training, yeah.
Yep.
So I guess I only get the increased fatigue threshold once when I actually successfully get the first reinforcement, right?
Yeah, but you've discovered the secret.
Yep. That is good. That is really good for Poe in particular, but who has a much lower fatigue threshold. And I guess it's good because I double whatever it is they're giving me right now.
Yeah.
Tesserconian bed.
Well, actually, let's have you look a little closer into the pages, because there's always a little something in there.
Okay. Another mathematics or like Psyniscience? Let's see. Because the mathematics is just getting the mechanics of the book. I'll do a Significance to see if there's any like deeper meaning other than a mathematical one, because I think 51 degrees of success is probably going to find the other whatever I would with mathematics. So let's do a Significance. And we're going to also spend a bunch of key on it. Significance is what? Perception? Yeah. Three. 09. No, 319. Ooh, that's a good roll as well.
Looking at it, if the first is 100, the second is 150, and the third is 200, the rate of the total fatigue threshold you're going to need to clear all the way up to 10, and the amount of fatigue mitigation and threshold you would gain is not competitive. Like,
Notice
it well outscales it.
I figured that.
But looking at the pages and the way this is designed, you can montage it. As long as the book is with you, so only one person can do this at a time, if you montage the book, you can do cumulative fatigue gain. So basically you allot a spot and you basically do a workout routine in a montage fashion. And instead of losing your progress trying to figure out the secrets of this page with the fatigue requirement, you can do it over a period of a montage, which would allow you to include a rest, wipe away that fatigue,
Keep doing
then
it.
save your progress and keep going. But it only unlocks during a dedicated training montage while reading the book, doing the exercises.
Okay. Is this also training strength at the time you're doing this? If I'm doing reps?
If you have something that allows you to
Also train strength.
train
Okay.
two things at once, it can. But it just focuses on the reinforcement.
Okay. Well, I'll communicate this to everyone. Hey guys, I'm gonna get swole. This book appears to also make you able to do more exercise for longer periods of time. Increases your fatigue. Well, decreases the amount of. You can take more fatigue.
Is that what it
I
gives
mean,
you at the end? Like you know how for willpower we got the show's qigong. Is that what we're gonna get for extra fatigue?
Yeah, we get 10 fatigue for each reinforcement, plus 5 for each reinforcement above.
Cool.
So 10, 15, 20.
The only thing I find it odd with is because like fatigue's based off of our willpower and our toughness, so that's cool. It's gonna be super great for you though.
Oh, yeah. Well, and
Oh, man.
also it increases. It gives fatigue mitigation as well. So
Okay.
1, then 2, then 3.
Cool.
It's cool. That is really good. Once when I get like 3 reinforcements, then I can most of the time just re-roll an attack for free. Which I'm assuming with re-rolls, unless it says otherwise, you can only do it once per roll anyway. But that'll be quite helpful for actual combat. When I have to roll under a 50, getting 2 rolls each time is nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do a dedicated montage to, well, after resting because I just got 100 fatigue. I guess this will take a lot longer for Poe to do. I'll start making some guest alt rolls.
okay.
Good luck.
Yep. Resting and then So I'm a DTS ahead. Then I'd be 2 with the rest, so I'm 3 DTS ahead. And let's do some D100s. I'm gonna do. Should I just do a week? I'm just gonna do a week. And that's 1 fatigue each time. Well, each roll, right? Yeah. So. Or rather, it's you get up to that much each time. So how exactly does this fatigue work? Because I'm assuming 1 DTA of rolls is going to be more than 1 fatigue. Because I'm going to be getting up to 100 fatigue to potentially unlock the first one.
So this is the fatigue one is just to unlock the hidden fatigue training feature.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's just a normal progress bar.
Well, normal Gestalt progress bar.
Yeah, normal Gestalt progress bar like we used to.
Yep.
So
I'll do a week of 7 times.
bowl woo.
3 times. 2 DTS ahead, so we'll do 6 days and a DTS. 7, and we'll put 2 rests in there, so minus 14. 119 D100. There's some 1, 2,
3?
3 ones.
Nice.
So I get 2 strength reinforcements and plus 50 fatigue total. And 3 fatigue medication. What did you call that ability? Untiring? Or
Yep, untiring.
where to put that? I've got that there.
If you say tireless, that's a throwback to our old only war talents of
Mhm.
not worrying about fatigue negatives.
Tireless might work. Oh, that's fatigue negative specifically. So untiring is probably better.
Yeah.
Since this is reducing the amount of fatigue that you get.
Mhm.
That's a lot of fatigue. And I can use fatigue for ESMP. So we like that.
Yeah. It's going to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
And you have double that, so anything you put in is times 2.
Strength reinforcement 2 is it's plus 10 each time. It's 1 limit break per, right?
Second. Oh, stop it.
Oh, sorry. For reinforcements, it's 1 limit break per reinforcement, right? Not 1
Yes.
then 2. Okay.
The other hand, though, the fatigue extra you're going to get is like plus 10, then plus 20, right?
No, plus 10, plus 15, plus 20, plus 25.
Okay, going by that. Gotcha.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then it's plus 1, plus 2 for untiring, right? So
Yeah.
on.
Plus 1. No, it's plus 1, plus 1, plus 1.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. So I've got untiring 2.
It's just plus 1 per.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep that one low.
It should be. I
Because
agree.
untiring 10, it's like, yes, I have taken 5 fatigue per action that I take in this particular case. And you're like, no,
Meh.
I take 0. I keep going. So any untiring should be pretty hard to get, but you have a special book. Just takes a lot of extra training, and you have to unlock the secret.
What does the strength reinforcement do?
Oh, yes. Let me pull it from my reliquary, my handout, my thingamadoodle that holds all knowledge.
I do want to know what the agility secret is, but at the same time, this is a real good training for me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, physical reinforcement tier 1. Bloop. Bloop. Ooh, probably should put the P in there. Grants limit break and physical Dow
Wait,
brutality.
that's weapon
This
skill.
counters. Oh.
This is weapon skill.
Oh, weapon skill. Oops. Yep.
I got that.
Wrong. Physical ballistics, toughness, empowerment. There it is.
Physical empowerment. Grants a limit break. Physical down empowerment. Grants magnitude of 2 tiers above physical resilience. Oh. 1 tier above. Grants double strength bonus to physical attacks. Grants strength bonus again to lift, pull, push. Oh! Oh, so I just now have triple strength bonus for presumably that frickin' parry struggle as well.
Yeah, that thing not only has higher strength, it has higher reinforcement, which is why you just buckled, even though you got your sword up in time.
Yep. Makes sense. But
He's
this might help.
Yeah, he's got the mannequin's probably got weapon skill, toughness, strength, agility, reinforcement.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he doesn't have anything to handle normal parry, normal swing. He's just gonna overpower you and out defend you.
Yep.
Or out endure.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think he can defend against normal swing, but that doesn't matter if I can't damage him with it.
Correct. Yeah.
But this helps a lot.
Mhm.
Okay, so I spent a week on getting swole. Those ones are Gestalt rolls, so they don't actually give any d4s of anything, I don't think. Especially
And
because
Matt,
I
it's
have to roll
only
that one.
sword-based stuff that we get our one sword enlightenment stuff, right? It's only for like swordsman and sword scholar.
I also don't, because I'm not tier 6 yet.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify for me, if anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it.
If you have some methodology, you can absolutely develop sword resources just physically training yourself.
Gotcha.
That requires
Investment.
some prep.
I gotcha. Yeah.
I am a sword. I'm tempering myself.
Well, you could design the strength training to always involve the sword, same with agility. Like, you can try and wrap it up in there. And if you have a talent or an intrinsic that you have that says, when I train with the sword but focus on a different stat, it still counts as sword training.
That'd be
Stuff
a good
like
one.
that.
Like a
And
mind
that is the
intrinsic.
mindset of a swordsman. Now, a sword scholar may not be able to pull that off because that's just the mentality of a swordsman. But
Yep.
the sword scholar can do other things that the swordsman can't, such as look at the mechanics of the training itself. If I'm training strength while swinging a sword, am I even doing it right? What's the best way to do this? Instead of just doggedly do what you think is best, you actually get into the fluid and body mechanics of that type of training and devise a better, faster, more efficient way to do it.
You guys come in on my training. I'm just planking in the library. Guys, don't worry. I've got this.
Why are you doing that? Sword training.
I've held this plank for 8 hours. I can't stop now. No, really, I can't. My muscles aren't working anymore.
Bit of a cramp up.
Okay, what are people doing for a week here? Because I guess only one person can do this strength training at a time unless they want to do it all in one go.
Okay. I mean, I can do it all in one go in a week.
What I'm saying is you have to have the book, I guess. Specifically
Oh.
for that. It's only one person in a given moment can do it.
I missed out on 2 DTS of my sword training, so I just rolled it there. Another 100.
Oh, okay.
Not sword training, sorry. My influence cultivation gaining. There we go.
If we have multiple swords at the same tier, we can choose which one is predominant, right? I guess it's more than just the tier, though.
It's all about what's inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because we also put sword enlightenments in the waveform sword. 3 of them at this point, I think, right? Let me look at the
I put one.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put another one too, though, I think. Or there might have already. Hold on. Sword cradle. Tiers matter. Tier 2 relic. Yeah, 2 sword enlightenments in this thing. And a bone coin. Which I guess I gain access to while I'm wielding the waveform sword anyway, for the bone coin. So. Do I have my weapon skill back while I'm wielding my sword, by the way? The stuff that I put in?
Hold on.
Okay.
Say that again?
So I put 30 weapon skill into my waveform sword. Do I have that while I'm wielding my sword?
Um,
Because I feel like that should be a no.
no.
Yeah.
No. It's granted to the sword.
Yeah, okay. Because at that point, it's just like, okay, I'll just train it up and keep throwing it in there. Same issue there. And it's easier to just say no as opposed to, well, if it's over 100, then it does this for you. Or if it's over.
No, not yet. Or we haven't reached that stage of silliness yet.
Yep.
Yeah. The only thing I can remember is Matt, remember back in the day when we made sentient weapons, and
That was wild. I still have those rules.
yeah. So whatever characteristic what was at, it had like a different thing. For example, if you had 40 characteristic weapon skill, it would do something. So
Yeah, it would give it stat.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But it would give it like say a plus to damage or like a bonus to hit or something.
Johnny, you found it. I had forgotten that's what I did with the playable weapon characters. But I was doing that with the stats.
Yeah.
We just need to get your relic to a higher tier for it to manifest and put its stats.
That should be fun. Yeah.
Or in the case of a sword that is not being wielded, it just has those stats, I suppose.
No, it'll apply a different effect.
Well, what about our guardian?
If it's an effigy, well, so he's an effigy, but he's also the guardian, so he's got some weird stuff going on for him. But he will have stats that he has that you've all given him converted into effigy output.
Oh, okay.
So, but wielded swords, when you put stats on them, eventually they'll turn into weapon stats, like pen, or weapon quality ratings, or new weapon qualities, or special features.
Okay.
More damage. But yeah, Johnny, you hit it on the head. Man, that was a nostalgia throwback. I'm like, I was wondering why I was having a moment of like deja vu when I was writing this. I was like, where did I have this? Sure enough. That's fun. Remember, some poor guy lost his weapon character because he was a parasitic gun. Basically, he overtook the
Oh yes.
the mind of whoever wielded him. But he wanted to go make money, and he signed the guy up who was his host for this like long montage. It was like 2 years of working for this company. There was danger pay, there was all sorts of stuff, but you weren't allowed to bring personal effects. And he got stored in a locker for 2 years and basically got forgotten. Because once the guy eventually came back, he was like, I'm never touching that thing again. It stays in that locker. You know,
No,
and
I was trying to think if that was mine or not, and it wasn't. I think it was Hayden's.
it
I
was
think that
Hayden's. Yeah, he lost his flintlock character
Yeah.
because he got left in a locker.
And the guy's like, wait, hold on, I was possessed.
That gun is still in that locker to this day.
Yeah.
Oh man, somebody might find it in a campaign later.
Somebody might find it in the campaign.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was very funny. We all had a pretty good laugh.
Other fate points used.
All right, what else you guys want to do?
Well, I'm a week ahead, so I am going to be planking. Well, whatever people do other things. Get swole. Gains.
Valera, where are you at?
Oh, in Regret Land, when I gave my my merit to the strong affords the mercy.
Hmm. Chunpo has spent dang near all of his XP or merit. I have a little left, but my merit was spent to get a quintuple for
Yeah, and you also
research.
gave 10 to the strong affords mercy. Like, no, you're fine. I was looking at something and I was like, man, I should really get the same thing Casey has that for training for doing montages or whatever. I'm just like, because that extra roll really comes in handy, and I'm just like, fuck. I did
Oh yeah, montage hero.
off by 4 merit, and I'm like, god damn it.
Well, you get an extra roll for training and research because Poe and I both have that.
No, I'm not talking about hero. I'm talking about
On Zealot or whatever it is.
master.
Master, yes.
Yeah.
Montage Master, good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm at what 26 for usable merit. So I mean, I could pick up a negative quality, but I don't want to. So, all right.
You really got this, fam.
No,
No, the negative quality.
So Chun-Po, were you gonna try your hand at the sword stuff, or like the training dummy?
No, not yet. I feel that I should probably get some strength training up because,
Yeah, working on stats.
yeah, I got the other ones up to where I could train the sword without having to worry about strength. But now I'm at a point where I should probably worry about strength.
Well, how about I join you in some strength training then?
What do we just arm wrestle?
Uh,
That's how GTA does it.
yeah, we can do something like that.
Gotcha.
Well, we've got a bunch of rocks. You could pick up rocks.
take a rock and you punch it until it becomes a smaller rock, and then you punch the smaller rocks until they're dust. Then you go back and do it again.
After you use that dust to compress it into a bigger rock, so you can punch it apart again.
Yep. You make it a diamond rock and then do it again. All right.
So one thing I wanted to bring up with you guys, I know Casey, you said you wanted to have one of the mundane masterwork swords. There was 10.
Yes.
What about you, Chunpo? Did you want any of them?
One more time, we wanted to do what for Mundane Masterwork Sword?
So in the sword vault, there are 10 masterwork swords of mundane. And I was offering you guys one of them if you wanted to have one to either give to your sword or as a thing for the cradle, one of the two.
Because I wanted. I'm assuming a rapier is one of those.
Yeah,
10.
I remember rapier for you.
Yep.
Let's see. With how I have Chunpo built, I would either say katana or like the actual poison sword, but I believe that's just the poison sword right now.
Maybe for clarification, Matt, what were the 10? I imagine there's a rapier. I imagine there's a great sword. I imagine there's like a normal, like yeah. What would be our 10 swords for that?
The one for swords?
So clarification, when we first got into the vault for my swords, vault, there was 10 masterwork swords in the first area that everyone had access to. Called the training swords.
They
and
were
stuff.
accessible by you. You had to give permission to use those masterwork blades.
Yep. I was wondering what the 10 were.
They're all different types of essential swords. So you would have a bastard sword, a long sword, a Y handler, a katana. Basically, each of the 10 most commonly used blades or swords in this case. All of them are a straight sword, with the exception of like bare minimum the katana, which has a little bit of a curvature, but there's very little curvature on the blade. All the swords are straight swords, with the exception of a katana-like design.
Right.
They are not blades, and because swords are meant for slashing and piercing, where blades are a slashing-only weapon.
Gotcha.
They don't really do the stabbing very well.
Katanas.
But blades are heavier. A lot heavier. So
Katanas are not really designed to stab either, though. They can,
but they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
But
slashing.
They are slashing. But even with the curvature, most people are like, "No, it's not a blade; it's a sword." Because swords are cooler.
And katanas are cool.
Yeah, and katanas are cool. So the main dispute between sword masters and blade masters is that the katana belongs to me in our class, and the other one's like, no, it belongs to us. Can't you clearly see what it does?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the only cross weapon that you can use as a blade wielder or a sword wielder.
Right.
One sec. Phone call.
So yeah, I was thinking of taking them out and putting them into different locations. We could feed them to our swords if you'd like. That would definitely give it a quality. Or it could be used inside the nursery itself as a way to nurture other swords. But yeah, so is there a great sword, or would that be the bastard of long? Okay.
Nope, there's a great sword. There's Y handler. So it's that quintessential 3 hands grip. It has room to stack 3 hands on top of each other.
Right.
To grasp it. It has a huge U-shaped crossguard, as weapons of that size do.
Mhm.
And it has this section of the blade right above the crossguard that's wrapped in leather. Then there's a spike protrusion out from that goes kind of this little diamond spike on each side, right above the length of sword that's wrapped in leather, and above that is the rest of the blade. It allows you to grab that portion with the leather with a hand. So you can literally, instead of having to wield it from the lever position, which takes a lot of strength, but because of that lever, you can apply a lot of strength. It lets you to have one hand on the handle and one hand on that leather wrap section.
Right.
So that style of swordsmanship will require specialty practice.
All right.
Not a lot of people practice the great sword. The great sword's like it's a very special pursuit.
I'm guessing scimitar is considered a blade and not a sword then.
I mean, like the Egyptian scimitar?
Well, like a
Like
cavalry.
Kopesh?
Well, Kopesh is like an axe. That cannot be, that there's no way that's a sword. Though I guess
Yeah.
it is overall a straight blade. You can stab with a Kopesh very effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Because even though it looks curved, the
One of
tip
those
of the
weapons
blade
that
is
the
up the
axe
handle.
wielders are like, it's ours, and the sword wielders are like, no, it's ours. And it's like, no, it's clearly an axe. No, it's clearly a funky sword.
That functions like an axe mostly.
There's a bunch of weapons out there that multiple groups fight over. They're like, no, it's ours, clearly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But a Kopesh isn't Egyptian.
My bad. There's like a curved. I thought that would be qualified as a scimitar. That's like a, for the most part, straight, and then there's like a crescent moon looking part of the blade.
With a K.
Oh, it is Egyptian. Okay, never mind. You're correct.
I was right. Okay.
I thought that it was some other like African tribal weapon, but
No,
nope.
I do know that one. That one's a weird arming blade. Because you
Which
can do
one?
goofy stuff with it. One of which is one of the most valuable aspects of an axe wielder is they're able to rip your guard apart and rip down shields because they can hook your blade or hook the top of your shield and pull. That's a sword that does that.
Not
Which is
very
really
well,
goofy.
admittedly, but
But you can.
yeah.
Right. And sometimes pairing, if they parry close to their body, well, what if they parried at the apex of that loop? Well, now you have a 6-inch spike going past their blade edge that they parried on. So, goofy swords, man. You know, if you swing around a wood branch, you might be able to give people splinters.
You know what? That does sound really fun to do.
It's just like, oh, it looks like I blocked you. Ha! It looks like your sword is giving out. Ow! Did that just fire splinters at me?
Mm.
My bad. Oh, they're
My
all
bad.
poisoned. You should probably get that checked out.
Each splinter
Oh, you're
has
already foaming
one
out the mouth?
mundane. Yeah, each splinter has one mundane poison attached to it.
Why would you want one mundane poison on each splinter?
Yeah, it's a good teaching lesson.
Oh, okay. So how long are you guys training your strength?
I figure for me, I was just gonna throw a week at it. I only need 50 more strength, and then I hit my cap. So
I need 20 more, so I'm not going to spend too long.
Gotcha.
You're getting a lot of progress per successful roll. I think a week is a little bit
Here, hang on a second. Yeah, let's go back to
overestimating how long
training.
it'll take.
Strength is 4. So
Because you get like
let's
22
see,
progress per successful strength roll.
27.
27 progress per successful strength roll. So
Let's
one
see what
success
a
is
day does.
okay.
One day, 18 D100 less than 33. This is where I think the kicker is going to be. Well, actually, no. We're going to take a rest for the day and get those 6 that really help. Because that's a plus 60. So upslash R 60
I ate a
100.
sandwich and then applied the montage hero from Lyron. So
Mhm.
Gotcha.
I'm at my max cap for strength.
Nice. Okay. Voice of old prison buddy, protagonist, martial bypass, martial learning, assault, research, montage hero. Pick one source. I have that flip flopped. Okay. It provides a roll bonus, quadruple it. So the 30 bonus, quadruple it. So 120 plus 30 would give me less than 153. That'll help. There's still a 100 in it.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
So 5. Then 27. Clear all that. 5 times 27 yields 135. And let's divide all that by 4. That was only a DCS. Jesus. Okay. 135. Divided by 4. 3 times. Or, well, no, 7 times. So. Minus. 107. Okay. So 107 left out of 5. That puts me to 40. And then we do it again. So 5, 10. That would be 57. Then we have 6. That bumps me to 50
You only got
strength.
5 successes there because you rolled a 100.
Yes. Yes. I've taken that into account.
Good.
And then almost 10. That would leave me with 3 left, so 9. Yeah. I went from 33 to 59 in one BTS roll. Granted, those are my only ones with the bonus, so now I'm just doing it raw at a 59. So we'll do the rest of the day. There are 60, 100, less than 59. 3 successes. So 27 times 3 yields 81. So 84 plus 6. 184 over 6. Okay, so 78. Over 7 now. That's 60, and then I have 78 over 7, so that'll put me to 70, and that'd be leaving me with 8 over 8, so that actually puts me to 71, back to 0, out of 8. Okay. Let's do, I'll just do a day. That was a rest, 2 trainings, and then 1 more day, so I'm on day 2 here. 18 over, and I'll just spend the whole day. Really, no, I don't even need a whole day doing it. I'll just do another rest, the bonus, because that'll give me 120 plus the 71, so 191. 6 E100 less than 191. 6 successes, no bonus, or no 100s. Clear 27 times 6, 62. Uh, 80 of that immediately goes away. 82 over 8. That puts, oh, well, that puts me at 81. If I do it like that. I'll leave it like that.
Mhm.
I am at 81 strength. I don't believe that I can get higher than 80, and I already have, even that one DPS was enough to make that more than that. So yeah. I do some push-ups for a few days, and well, bam.
Push-ups!
Yeah. Can I have spillover from strength training go into my toughness? Because I do have spillover.
Why not?
Alrighty. So that gets transferred to 82. Strength gets left at 0. 5.
Yeah.
6. Okay.
I don't
I'll
mind
do some math.
spillover. Just make sure that it's physical spillover spills into other
Yes.
physical. Mental stays with mental.
Yep.
No, I could see the argument for toughness spilling over to willpower, though, for example. But
Silence you. Your
we're
logic.
just gonna go with the physical to physical and mental to mental because that makes it more
Easy.
simple. Yeah. But technically,
Don't you technically me, you? How dare ye?
technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Argue with that. But there is one that is better. It is called completely correct. It adds technically correct too.
What was it? Well, this is a weird
Might be
way to say it.
technically right there.
Yeah.
So,
Like undeniably correct.
That's just a lesser
Absol-
form of completely correct.
Absolutely correct.
There you go.
Truly correct.
Yep. Completely correct means I'm also absolutely, undeniably, technically, and factually correct. There is even wisdom in how correct I am.
Jeez. Unapologetically correct.
That's also fun. You're an idiot because I'm right. Why are you like this? You could have said that nicer. Did I stutter?
So I am going to take the masterworks out of the treasury.
Sure.
And I'm going to put them in the nursery,
Okay.
into the ground. And I want to call upon the array information that I have from my finger, and being the winter sect, and try to make a sword array of some kind to uh, help nurture the swords, I guess.
Have
See.
that information of how to make
Um,
an array? Because that's a very difficult profession.
so I have the information on how to make an array from my conflicts, because they were given the array manuals, just to get that information. And
Aren't those guys trapped behind a
Red
red
tape.
string?
so we talked about that when we first got in, and you gave the okay for information coming back. But if you want to say no to
Well-
it now, it's fine as well.
No, it's. I think it was they had a certain amount of time, like once a week, they could contact you with
Okay.
information until the red string is done.
Okay.
It's the same. It was the same thing with Poe's access to his vault until you guys got the treasury.
Mhm.
He had a once a week that he could reach out to Mini Lorekeeper inside the vault.
Gotcha. Well, if that's the case, I'll just leave it be until I have some concrete information to utilize. In the meantime, I'm going to go up, and start clearing out a large space for the landing pad.
All right. As you start to cut upwards the stairs,
Yeah.
You're going to run into more and more of those armor plates to the
Okay.
point where you can't even cut around them.
I see.
And when you swing the blade, it just eventually there's so many in a single place that you can't even complete a full sword swing to apply leverage. Even when you do stabbing,
Okay. And they're immune to the ruinous quality, right?
seems so.
Okay.
But you do go ahead and roll me a d6.
1.
Okay. You do knock down another one of those fragments into the hall.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Those fragmentos.
Good chunk. So it looks like you guys are in some sort of butter zone where upwards has these fragments and down below
Downward.
has this incredible billowing heat.
I'm gonna go down then and work there then, because I think that's my forte.
Yeah, and maybe we can make for a sword forge down there. If we get hot enough.
What was the reason that we couldn't stay on this floor? Like we hit walls, right? Like
Yeah.
actual walls. Mm, let's see. I'm curious to wonder, like, are we all in this butter spot and they just don't want us expanding, but we can expand up and down? Anyways.
I think it was about tier 2 sanctuary and stuff as well. Like we can't go farther
Yeah.
until we get higher sanctuary levels.
Gotcha. That was another thing. Actually upgrading the sanctuary takes what now?
We don't know. One thing we could do is we could ask the waveform sword. Especially since they're a tier 2 now, they might have more information.
What was it? That is our the strong afford mercies? Or is that a different sword?
That's Lyron's sword.
Lyron's sword. Okay. okay, theoretically. I haven't talked to that sword yet. I was talking to the Strong of Port's Mercy earlier, and I'm just like, meh. Some of the stuff he just doesn't even know yet, and I'm thinking that it might be similar with the waveform, but always good to ask.
How long do I take on the upside, Matt? Do you want to give me time reduction? How long would that have taken to kind of try my luck at doing the upside to clear out a path?
2 DTA.
2 TTA? Okay.
Yeah, it's hardly anything.
Yeah. All right. Chungpo, how far are you in the week?
2 days, and I had paused for a second because I had gotten my strength to where it needs to be, but now I'm at toughness, and I could just keep going.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll just spend a day on it. Let's see. Toughness, none. Okay, so 58 still. O/R. That was okay. No, I should have 5 left in this day because I did sleep. 5 D100 less than 58. This should be the end of that day for Ghoul. Works for me. 4 times 27. Yields 108. Journal. Okay. That is the end of that day. Yes. So I'm on day 3. And let's do some math here. We are at 2 more in 6, which would put me right at 100. Okay, cool. So 0, 0, 7, and that turns to 60, and then take out that gets turned to 30, that gets turned to an 8, that gets turned to 70, and 3 is all I can do there. Yeah. That'll turn that down to a 6. Very quickly getting drunk. And then I'll just do another rest and get the bonus rest for this. So 6, add 120, 193. Okay, no 100s. 6 times. Look at that. 162. I'm 3 days and 2 DTS in. And I believe it's 168. I have capped out toughness. What's that? 80. And yeah. Okay. Does ballistic skill qualify as a mental or a physical?
Left side is physical, right side is mental.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. And we dump some overflow. Turn that to 0.
Get swole, get swole.
Yeah.
Pa, 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 pa.
Another DTS.
Mm-hmm.
Kunpo is gonna
Mm-hmm.
check. We'll do intelligence because I know that one is like 40 off. Training and getting smart. So
You can
just
do
said 6.
memory puzzles and whatnot to help train your int.
Yeah. I got a 1 and a 100, so they just cancel out, and so it's still just 3. Damn it.
You also get a D4.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Fucking A. Slash R 1D4. Okay. And 3 into intelligence. Look at this. E1. Alrighty. That puts me at day 4. Is anybody? For right now, I'm about to do more math things. It's all just training right now.
Mhm.
Anybody
I was
want to
going to
do
continue
anything?
doing trainings
Oh, okay.
as well. So,
And you're what? You're still 3 days ahead of me.
yes.
All right.
I don't know what Lar is doing. I was actually going to learn the agility secret next, so as to give opportunities for other people to do reinforcement training if I decide to do agility and or strength.
Gotcha.
Make them rolls, homie. Make them rolls.
For
Get them
myself
trainings
or
on.
for, yeah, because Poe's doing training still too, right?
Yep.
Catch up.
I'm trying to move fast. 35, 42, 48. Get some 8. Ballistic skill up. And can only do that for 5 of them, so that would be 30. Puts that to 60, which puts this to a 7. 48 again, so 8 more. This turns to a 3. Okay. Just going to turn that to a 0 and add that there, which turns that to 61. Which 7, which is ooh, wait a second. Why did okay, I can do 14 and then the price changes. Okay. So, hear that. 47. That turns to an 8. Oh, I'm 1 off. Okay. That turns to 70. And then 5. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, you're waiting for me.
I mean, I still have to do stuff too, but you're fine.
Yep.
My weapon skill is capped. I could throw that into ballistic skill if I wanted to. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that just to get all trainings out of the way. 2 at that. So 14, 16. And then 2. Okay.
It makes it
Okay.
easier. Like you can do it in the background. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you want to do training and you know your numbers, you know what you need to get. You could just like do your rolls silently. And then for example, I could do something more narrative and be like, hey Matt, what's, if I go in the down area, can I work on my flame, or can I dig it more out since I'm more resistant to flame or heat?
Sure. Go for it. And then I will stop at a week then, because let's see, I'm on day 4. I got like 3 days left of training that I can utilize. And yeah, if you want to do more RP stuff, go for it. Or
Okay.
more narrative. That's the word.
All right, Matt. I work on the down section.
The down section.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you continue to just expand the floor underneath, or do you?
So I'm kind of planning this out. I'm just starting to make a hole first and work my way down. I want to have like support for myself. Like I don't want to
Mhm.
just like clear out the bottom half and everything falls down kind of deal. Like I want to.
Yeah. It's Poe already worked on that a little bit. He went down about 10 feet, and then there's about a 6-foot clearance. So the floor above has about 4 feet of support.
Okay. Well, I'll work on some pillars then for some like getting rooms ready. If the heat's too much, let me know, because I do have a named flame that can probably deal with the heat.
You
So
do
just
endure it better than most.
So I'll spend some time clearing that out.
Okay. Just continuing to dig down.
I want to have a good clearance of room, like nice tall ceilings. But I don't want to do anything. I just want to make a floor first. I want to go from there.
Are you carving completely horizontally? Like you're trying to make a whole second floor?
Yeah, but
Underneath?
I want to have pillars for. I want to have support pillars in between, kind of
Of
deal.
course.
Yeah.
Yes,
pretty
how
much.
big are those support pillars? Are you doing
Um,
like complete clear, or are you leaving like walls with an arch in addition to basically
yes,
making right angle supports?
that. Almost like arch pillars. Very large ones.
Okay. So a
And
mirror of what you guys have here.
yeah.
Okay. That can be done.
Uh,
Sure.
go the same distance that we have currently. Are there any brick walls when we go down too? Like, do I run any brick walls like on the first floor?
The brick walls that circumnavigate your sanctuary, they
Yeah.
do go down.
Okay, so I do run into them though. Good, good. I just wanted to make sure I was going the same distance.
Yep.
And nice tall ceilings, support beams in between for the rooms, and yeah, clear that out. Get a second floor.
You have a lot of rock debris.
I put in
Yeah.
my space ring.
Yeah.
Clear it out that way.
You know, you'll have to like fill stacks with rocks and haul them out.
Yeah, I just put them
You
in my
just put them
space
in the
ring.
spatial ring.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that'll work. Spatial rings are OP.
Somebody finds a random bag of holding on the ground, just like, ooh, what's this? And just rocks.
Rocks while you die.
Okay.
You know, I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often.
Just a dwarf, like every dwarven miner gets a bag of holding, and it's all just rocks.
All right, Danny. You clear out a good portion of that floor. I need a series of luck tests.
Series, how many?
4, please.
4D100.
Yeah.
All right, so I love them.
Those are pretty good.
Right. I'm gonna reroll the 48 with the fate point.
Yep.
Unfortunate. I would like to use tumbleweeds on the 27. I'm gonna use 4 on the 27. Or sorry, 3. And that should be 11 minus 27, which should be 16.
I'm gonna use a bone coin to apply my -5 as well.
All right, roll that the D10 for your bone coin.
I'll do so in a second.
Yeah. Awesome. So that's going to be at least an 11. And I have 3 more. So, right. So
Roll
that's
my
nice.
D10. Some narrative.
Okay.
Um. Hmm.
Maybe like a hot spring, some water come up or something.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
it could be a geode cache as well. It could be an ore vein of crystal.
All right.
Sword
Any
crystal.
of those rolls that is below 50
Mhm.
gets you 1d2 low grade sword nurturing crystals.
Cool.
Hmm.
So the 11, I'm going
so
to
that'd
put
be
the other
3.
3. Yep. So
And then rolls below 30
Mhm.
also grant 1 middling grade sword nurturing crystal.
So
Rolls that are 10 or less would grant something else. But you have no such roll.
the 8, I'm throwing another 3 tumbleweeds on it. And the nice thing about tumbleweeds is that it's not myself for the luck. It's the luck itself that I'm applying it to instead of myself.
Okay.
So just putting in
And
the
the
numbers here.
major narrative support comes in what?
That was an 8.
Yeah.
Let's
Major
see.
narrative.
Well, I mean, the luck was an 8. I think I would like it to be something unique rather than what a normal 8 would give.
Yeah, my suggestion: water reservoir, an ore reservoir, or
I'm gonna give you a geode.
a
A
geode.
geode.
You
Yeah, that's
smack
my
it,
other one.
cracks open.
And are you going to apply any other of your bone coins to these rolls? I'm just going to put out what I have currently. So, yeah, 27,
Wow.
25, 8, and 51 are our current rolls.
I will apply a bone coin to the 20s.
Okay. So then
2d10.
let's,
So. Okay. A 2 is a plus 40.
so I imagine it's a -4 in this case for us.
Yeah. So it's a -9 to the 25, which brings it to.
Already, yeah. So -9. So that's going to be a
16.
yeah, 16.
And then the major narrative, do another geode of some variety. Geodes are cool. That'd be a 20.
It's not a single digit, but
22.
it's underneath 30. So
Yeah,
and that's going to
we like
be
geodes.
20. It's double though. That's nice. So a 22 and a 16, an 8 and a 51.
I guess I can make the narrative something fate related since it's a double.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we have our numbers.
And it's a pair of two, so it could be something pair related. Something that Kuni Matara would very much like being in the smithing then, because it's
some material.
pairs.
So the only other thing I think I'm gonna do is throw one of my destiny fragments on the 11. Sorry, the 8. Since we already have some narrative on it already, let's throw some from my side of things. And as I'm carving through the second floor and I hit this geode, I smack it open, and it's such a force of the smack that I have to dodge out of the way of what's coming at me. But the explosion refines some of the geode crystals within that smack. It breaks them so well that it turns into a different form of some kind. Can I make that my 5 narrative special for Peak from the Destiny Fragment?
You're gonna put a Destiny fragment in a.
Yeah. So, like I said, the idea is from the break, an explosion happens, for the geode opens up, but because of my unique sword energy that's applied to it, it turns it into a different form and almost refines it in a sense that it's a different type of crystal, or at least there's
Don't
a
you
part
worry
of it
about
that's different. Okay.
No, the geode is going to be a special find.
Okay.
It's a sword nurturing geode.
Cool.
These don't have a grade,
Okay.
so use them wisely. You do have to use all of the pieces and fragments to use the geode. If you divvy them out, it'll greatly reduce the strength,
Of course.
and then a grade will be applied to the fragments.
Cool.
A single geode should be used with reserve. If a sword is only able to take a really low level energy, applying a geode to it might not be worth it because it may not be able to absorb all its power.
Right.
You could also put it into a masterwork which has no energy whatsoever, giving it a giant bunch of question marks as to what's going on with it.
Right.
So we'll give you that geode, and then since you have used the destiny fragment and you have 5 points, why don't you point that somewhere else? Because the geode was going to be special anyways if you rolled
Okay.
10 or less.
What was when I find the geode and I notice it, and I'm like, oh man, this is pretty cool. As I'm clearing it out, and underneath of the geode, there's something special. There's a some sort of strange metal underneath the geode, almost cradling the geode itself from where it was.
I'm gonna swap that to material.
Sure, sounds great.
So for a geode, it does need to be nurtured.
Mhm.
It has been nurtured by a rupture vent from way deeper below.
Okay.
Along the rupture vent is a vein. The more you dig
Gotcha.
down around the outside of the rupture vent, the more resources you can gain from that vein.
Nice.
Because the rupture is not enough. It needs to, the power and energy and gases running through it have to be imbued with an
Yeah.
incredible amount of energy
Yeah.
as you go. So the whole inside of the rupture vent is lined with resources. Of what kind and variety? It's unknown. You have to excavate it.
Right.
It will be
This is
dangerous.
cool.
The
Of
further
course.
you dig down, the hotter it gets, and that rupture vent is still active.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever energy that was feeding the geode will crash into the excavation room, which is all this entire bottom floor because there's no quarantine, there's no partitions or doors.
Mhm.
It could be extremely dangerous, if not outright lethal, to people with insufficient sword energy.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
Yeah, who knows how far that goes down?
Okay. Let's say that took me a couple days to excavate, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it'll take you quite a while.
Okay.
But you have found some very valuable resources.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, howdy, does it get hot in a hurry. So,
Nice steam room for us all.
well, if the steam is lined with swords,
I was about to say, I'm just like, it's a nice oven for us.
Alrighty. Okay. So give me an exact time DTA of how long that took.
we'll
And
get
I'll
you
add
caught
it.
up with the rest.
Okay. Sweet.
Very nice,
Have you finished your training rules, Poe?
Yeah, Poe.
So let's see. I only need a few. I think a few more DTA, and I will be capped at on all of them. So I was just gonna say, do we just want to say that I trained for the last 3 days of the few things that I have and call it capped, or would you like the rolls? Doesn't bother me either way. Just wanted to see if we wanted to expedite the math.
We can just expedite it. It just removes the ones and 100s.
Understood. Then
As long as you're
let
not
me.
able to actually fail the roll, that's all that matters.
Yeah, ones and 100s are all. Well, there are a few. It's getting to a point to where it's just like it's harder to fail, but if I'm not using the bonus, there is a chance of failure. So,
As long as
but
you
I
have
also
the
get the.
ability to max the roll.
Gotcha. Yeah, the progress bonus is really what I'm banking on all the time. It's just like, yeah, no, one success, good, but
Pretty good,
yeah. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
No.
Shall I start the research on the agility then?
Do it.
Do it.
Well, before we
so-
begin, we need to ascertain where we're at in the timeline.
We are. So there's
That was
another
3
week.
months. Now it's 3 months because that was just another week last time we talked.
Yeah.
All right. Month 3. Continue.
Okay. I will mathematics. What? I guess let's just do the mathematics roll first, which is 2, 4 plus 50. No, 65. 329, 349.
Nice.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a 7. This is for the agility reinforcement book to analyze it. And I would like to each inspiration would be another. So this is 53. I can't get it up to 60, unfortunately. Yeah, so 53 degrees of success for the mathematics whilst analyzing this book. What exactly does the agility book have as like an obstacle to actually reading it?
For the agility book, looking for secrets, are you?
Secret. I have to.
You gotta be quick
Gotta be quick.
in
Okay.
such a way that it's not like you have to chase words. It's not like you have to read really quickly, because that is an intelligence and a perception based thing. The pages try to close on themselves, and you have to be lightning quick to flip the page back.
Okay.
If you fail, it doesn't let you go to the next page unless you've read every word on the page in order. Then you can swap to the new page.
It's a good thing I've got some intelligence reinforcements, because that will help with that.
Yeah, but this thing constantly tries to make you lose progress, and the only way you can defend it is to be quick. And even if you're able to just get your finger right between the pages, it counts. You can flip it back. But if
So
there
I've got
is
100 agility right now.
Hmm?
I've got 100 agility right now. I'm probably fast
do?
enough for the first chapter. Yeah.
So for the first chapter, it's not fatigue that you have to watch out for. It's going to be initiative.
Oh.
Yep. So we take the average value of your rollable initiative, or your total
That's
initiative.
24.5.
We'll round down.
24.
Mhm.
It was pretty good.
Yep. And then we're going to take a look at the number of reactions you got.
I've got a bunch if I'm using martial arts during this. Let's see. So that's 3, and I'm using keys, so I get a bunch more. I've got a lot of reactions.
What's your base value?
My base value is 3, and I was using key to analyze this during that. So, like, what is my maximum reactions I can have right now? Is that weapon skill or agility base at the maximum amount of reactions is?
Perception based.
Perception? 11 reactions, because it's going to be at the maximum.
It's divided by 2. Don't forget.
Oh, it's divided by 2. 5? 5 reactions.
Yep.
I didn't realize it was
So
that low.
to uncover the secrets, you basically need the agility score, the agility roll, the average of it, to be equal to or greater than the bonus of the tier you're reading. So you would have to have average roll 10 to be able to read 1, the first
For
chapter.
initiative?
Yep. And then you're going to need 1 plus stacking their reactions for each chapter. So you have your base value 2, because you always have 2. So with your agility, base agility, or dodge parry, and your basic dodge and parries, which are 2 reactions, that should get you through the first chapter for secrets. because you need 1 plus the stacking value. So the first level will be your 2 base, then the next will be 3, then 4, then 5, and you work your way up.
Okay. So I can get up to
But it's stacking,
5.
remind you. So it's 2 plus 3, and then it'll be 3 plus 4.
So I can just get up to 2 then, basically. Got it.
Yeah, but that's where martial arts comes in, because it doesn't care about the base value. It's just what you can generate during the test.
Yeah, but I can generate a maximum of 5 a turn, though.
5 a turn, but can you maintain that? That's the real question. Are you able to roll from your defensive reaction? And so you say you have something that gives you a bunch of reactions, but it spends a lot of key. Are you also able to sneak in a recovery to get that key back to maintain it?
I can do that in a turn, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you're able to maintain those reactions throughout the entirety of the reading, it's as if you have those reactions.
But I can only have a maximum of 5 reactions, or is that a maximum of 5 like baseline reactions with the? Like, can I go over 5 with temporary reactions?
Yeah, we can go over 5. That's just the baseline value.
But you have a maximum value as well. Like you have a limit. So the
Actually, no, he makes
question
it
Casey was asking is, can you go over that with, like, say, I give a +5 to my reactions or for dodge for that martial art I use? Like,
You're
does
still
that
stuck
count?
at the maximum, but you can raise the maximum by increasing base stats and whatnot.
Yeah. So perception.
But perception 110 is a lot of perception, and I still only have a maximum of 5 because of that perception, because it's half the bonus.
Yeah. I think you could also buy through the enhance, and I'm working on the enhance now for the next version. But
Well,
won't be out
enhance
for
you
a
can
while.
buy reactions, but it doesn't raise the maximum currently.
Yeah, I think
then you need to
that's-
find something that raises your maximum.
Okay.
Okay. What do I get from this agility book for getting the secrets?
Yes. Well, first, it increases your agility maximum, or your reaction maximum by 1. And it also
then
gives
2.
you
So,
a D10
okay.
to your initiative.
Oh.
That's what it just does baseline, right? Not the secret.
No, that's the secret.
Okay.
The agility reinforcement is its own thing per page, and you also get the extra dice and the extra reaction. But the extra reaction is increasing your maximum. So.
Do I want to spend another week on this, and then somebody can start on their strength reinforcement at that point?
Yeah, because this is what it is currently.
Yeah.
Swiftness, grants limit break, grants 1 reaction for. Oh, okay, because it already does do that.
That's what I was going by.
That's why it double dips.
Okay.
Is that is the reinforcement adding to the maximum of reactions, or does it just give +1 reaction?
No, it just gives +1 reaction.
Okay. So
But
adding
with your
dodges from the
stats
martial arts
going
isn't
up really
great.
high, it's the limit break that eventually allows you to just be able to use them anyways, because you're able to raise your base stats.
Yeah, but it's perception that is the amount of reactions you can have.
Mm-hmm. So you got to work on your perception too. That's why having reinforcements across the board is valuable. But with the secrets, it makes it so that each level allows you to use the reaction you earned in the reinforcement with the maximum cap increase. So technically it's pretty good, but it could be better.
Well, the +1 maximum is quite useful. That'd be +2 maximum for the second reinforcement.
Just
be +3
+1
total. That's +1 each time. Okay.
Yep, just like the untiring. It'll be just +1. But it
Which
does
very
give
quickly
you
means.
a D10 initiative each time.
Yep.
And a lot of people are able to do with rollable, like they can do some really silly things with the rollable initiative dice. So that's why it's pretty valuable. Gotta go quick. Gotta go faster, faster, faster.
Getting some agility limit breaks would be cool. I don't think I'm even at my max agility right now. Yeah, it's 120. I'm at 100 because I'd spent some. But I guess we'll spend 4 days training agility here.
Yeah, go for it. Looking at that again, let me just double check something.
For the reactions. Because currently the martial art doesn't add much.
We'll also add a free action threshold +1.
Oh, cool. That's nice.
So it's free action, reaction, and the extra D10.
For the initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
initiative. So
Nice.
that's to the threshold so that you can immediately use the reinforcement on the spot.
Okay, so I get 1 swiftness reinforcement. What
What do you want, Missy? What do you want?
Your love
I have
and
is-
attention and affection. I want to go on a walkie and I want a treat.
Everything. Everything.
Yep, that's Luna.
Swiftness. Plus 1d10. Plus 1 max reaction. Plus 20. Plus 2. Okay. Woohoo. So that's a lot more initiative I suddenly just got.
I mean, it's not that much.
Compared to what I had beforehand, it is a lot.
100%. I agree. It's almost double, eh?
Went from 1d10 to 3d10, and then
Oh, right,
plus
because it gives
19
another one.
to
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. I gotcha.
Plus 19 to plus 30. So it's 3d10 plus 30 now for my initiative. Which
I think
is
I'll
on average 46.5.
I'll
Yep,
spend
and now you
a
just need to fulfill the reaction requirement.
Well, I can fulfill the reaction requirement for the first 2. Temporary reactions can also be added to that, though. So. And I can do that. So I can do the first 3 because that takes 9 then. I've got 6 plus, what does my martial art give? 4 additional dodges. So I can do the first 3. I can't do the 4th one though.
Yep.
The 4th one takes 13.
So you gotta train your perception.
Yeah. Well, not yet. I can do 3 of these, but did we have a special perception book?
Yep.
Or was that
it was
okay.
fellowship, weapon skill, influence, and
Perception
ballistic skill.
strength?
Yep.
Okay. Cool. And I don't think we figured out what the special thing was for perception. Actually, we did. We got perception reinforcement, don't I? Physical reinforcement, toughness, influence.
I remember doing the perception one, but
No, we did willpower.
I remember looking at the book because I remember the moving text on the pages, but I don't think
That was the willpower, I think, or
Was it
you
willpower?
might have looked. You might have looked at it, but I don't think we
I
did
thought I
do it.
remember looking at it. That's what I was doing. I don't, but I
'Cause
never
I think
got
we
a.
determined it was pretty similar to the willpower one of the perception being hard to read for
Yeah.
those reasons.
Yes, train harder.
So it was 4 days.
Hmm?
Could do another 3. I'll do another 3. No ones.
Is this one of the books, Matt, that you can only use one at a time? Like only one person can use it? I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, but the strength one exists.
Yes. I was thinking more for just finishing off reading the first chapter because I have it already. I don't require a one to get it. I don't need the Gestalt roll. I'm guessing since I already have the first
Well,
agility.
I had willpower, but I went back and did the Gestalt roll for the first tier again for the willpower.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
I don't think
we didn't
you don't have to, but I did it because I felt that it would probably provide a better base for training.
Okay.
More for flavor reasons, which might come up later as actual mechanical benefits. Because if you have multiple training styles for your various reinforcements, I figured that would make it less
Mhm.
good in the end.
Yeah.
Or have weird quirks or something. Or you learned your reinforcement in a way that wasn't really a great way. I do have perception catalysts, but I don't think those will matter.
Yeah, because you're reading the special books. The special books don't
Yeah.
require the catalyst. You just
Yep.
Matt, I think I will, since Casey's working on this, I'm going to go down into the hot area, our sauna, which is now filling with different energy types from the veins. And I'm going to bring my sword down with me, and I'm going to do some training in the bottom area with my sword, working on Path of the Sword. That's my plan is.
Okay. Because the strength book is freed up right now. I don't know if you
Hmm.
wanted it, but
I don't think I'm gonna get those uh, ones, and I feel like I should work towards something different.
fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah. I guess the last question is Montage Hero affecting the second floor we have, or no?
montage hero affecting the second floor. Nope.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. In that case, I will take the book.
Good, good.
Why don't we set a value of days you guys want to crank into to get as many unilateral reinforcements, because you have a lot of books, so you could probably get 1, 2, or even 3 in each of the books that you guys have. And you just have to roll for the Gestalt, and you guys can just crank out a bunch of days really quick if you'd like.
I'm down to do 20 out of the 30 for the month. I can also just do 30 days as well if you guys wanted.
So I've done 2 weeks. I could just finish out the month too. I kind of wanted to see what the perception book and stuff was too. So.
What about you, William? What are you up to?
I was muted. Damn it. Okay. I have caught up those 2 days there that I had on the side. I've completely caught up on all of my characteristics. Everything's maxed.
Okay.
I believe that I'm caught up with you guys in the 2-week mark of where I was. For me, let's see, at the start of the session, I had to catch up 2 weeks, and now I have just done another 2 weeks, I believe, and got all my trainings done.
Okay, then I'm caught up with you.
Yeah. That's where I believe I'm at, and I have no idea where Savalar is in that.
I can do another 2 weeks if you wanted to do a full month of these, Lar.
I've changed my mind. Chung Po, you should be working on this strength book. Since you have better odds of getting more, and I feel like you're going to want the strength to do better with attacks, and to also better utilize the sword training that we're going to be going into. So
And fatigue.
Yeah, and fatigue. So I think this is definitely up your alley to work on.
Sounds good.
I am going to take my arming sword, and I'm going to work on the Path of the Sword in the library. Well, actually, no, in the training room, because I can actually still get the bonus from Lyron. And work on that for 2 weeks.
Okay.
And
So I also want to see.
Rolls. Give me them rolls.
Rolling.
Yep. What's that?
Just rolling straight intelligence if I'm trying to read books or gain the secrets out of books.
Well, the secrets have already been discovered. So once the secrets have been uncovered for the special books, when you complete the reinforcement, you also get the secret along with it.
Okay. How does one do said reinforcement of strength book?
You got to roll Gestalt.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
You're twice
But-
as likely as we are.
yeah. So 2 weeks, 7 times 18, no, 14 times 18.
I think I set the base value of the Gestalt you have to roll equal to the number the tier that you're trying to take on.
Yes. So the number of successes.
Uh-huh.
So first one is 1, second is 2, third is 3. So
Yep.
on.
So you have a 2% chance each roll instead of a 1% chance to advance.
D100 less than
Ah.
2.
Yeah.
If you're doing
Okay,
another
should I have-
2 of them, you could.
Should I have less than or equal to 2?
It's just less than 2. It counts as 2. Because I
Okay.
haven't found it. It does less than equal to automatically.
You're also gaining a whole lot of fatigue doing this book.
Yep.
But if you do it over a montage, you're able to break it down.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Should I include rest days then? Because
yes.
Yep.
You should calculate the number of fatigue you would gain in an attempt to read it. And then
Which is 1 per DTA
Hmm?
ish. It isn't 1 per DTA because you have to get up to 100 for the first one.
Mhm.
It'd
Well,
be
you
more
have to
than
be
that.
able to absorb 100. So it takes you as much time as you can handle 100 fatigue. If you could do it all in one go, then you can finish it in a DTS.
My threshold for fatigue currently is 16.
Okay,
And I
so
don't know if that's been updated in a while.
well, once you
It should be
figure out
your
the update,
willpower
what
and
you
toughness
do
bonus.
is
Okay.
a DTS of training
Mhm.
to get up to fatigue max, a DTS of rest, DTS of training, and you do that until you've absorbed cumulative 100 fatigue.
Okay. Um,
And then you have to roll the gestalt.
from what I understand, it was like 2 days before I actually started accumulating fatigue with where we are at. Like, you had to
Guys.
do 2 days, 2 full days, and then you started accumulating fatigue stacking.
So this
If-
makes you accumulate fatigue.
This
Oh.
makes you accumulate
So
fatigue.
you could
That's
get
just if you-
100 fatigue in a single DTS if you could take 100 fatigue.
Okay,
Yeah.
and once you hit the threshold, you pass out.
Once you threshold, no, you don't pass out. You just start stacking -10s to all rolls until you
Okay.
hit over double your fatigue threshold. Then you die.
So you could get up to like 31 each time
Yeah.
before a rest.
Yeah, I could get to 31. Probably be failing at some of those by that
Well, you
point.
can get
But
to 32. If you get to 33, you die.
more than double. Okay.
Yeah, more than double. You probably just want to go up to your threshold, rest.
Mhm.
Up to
Yep.
threshold, rest.
And each one roll occurs a fatigue.
No.
No,
No.
it's just how much.
So once when you
take in
get
one
up
go.
to the threshold, you can start rolling Gestalt.
Once I get up
So-
to the threshold, I can start rolling Gestalt.
So each DT8 or each DTS, so 16 fatigue is what you can get per DTS.
Mhm.
You have to get up to 100 for the first rank, and then it will let you start rolling the Gestalt without the fatigue being incurred each DTS.
Mhm.
Okay, so a DTS, I can get a DTS of 6 rolls. So /R 6100.
Well, you're spending the DTS just training.
Just training.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'll get 16
Fatigue.
fatigue with no rolls,
Okay.
then a rest, then 16 fatigue, till you get
So
up to
I'm
100.
just up to 100. Then I can Gestalt.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. So a DTS, occur, fatigue, rest. Occur, fatigue, rest.
hmm
Okay.
But you'll get
so
10 fatigue threshold from this.
Hmm.
If when you get the first one. So that'll make the second one a whole lot faster.
gotcha.
Because it's 150 fatigue for the second.
Yep.
DTS, rest, DTS. So 2 end up being training and 1 resting. 32, 2 days is 64, 3 days is 96. 4th day would be, well, by the 4th day, I would be over the accumulated 100 fatigue. I think 6, even one more DTS, and I'd get it. Yeah. So on the beginning of day, or like halfway through day 4, I can now roll Gestalt.
Once you've accumulated a total of 100, then you can roll Gestalt afterwards. But you no longer take fatigue at that point, which is nice.
Okay, gotcha. So then that's
Delicious.
day 4 out of 14, so 10 more days, so 180. 180, D100, less than 2. I mean, let's see what happens. 4. And there's a 1 in there. There's a handful of 100s. Okay.
Or two.
Yeah. There's a 1, there's a 2, there's a couple of 2s. 1, 2,
5.
3.
So 2 reinforcements. So you have to get up to the 150 next time. Which
How did you get 2 reinforcements?
so you get 1 from the first 2, and then you have to spend. Is it so 25? 6 DTS. Well, I guess it'd be
2 days.
Getting back up to the fatigue threshold, which I guess is 12 DTS because you're resting each time.
Yeah.
So 4 days, and then you can continue the rolls. So you just cut off 4 days of that, and then you'd get your 15 more fatigue, and you're at 2 untiring.
So I
So 12 of those rolls are not real.
12 of those rolls aren't real. Okay. What did I achieve though with those 4 successes?
2 strength reinforcements and plus 25 more fatigue threshold total. And untiring 2, which means whenever you gain mitigatable fatigue, you gain 2 less.
Okay, gain 2
to
strength
0.
reinforcement, 25 fatigue.
Yeah.
Your threshold.
Threshold.
Nope, you're just always tired now.
And you
Congratulations.
also have 1 catalyst for the next reinforcement. Yeah, reinforcement. I said that right.
And that was the month.
This is a sword reinforcement?
No, this
Sword
is a
catalyst?
empowerment. Not for sword.
So
It's for your
plus 1
strength.
reinforcement. Strength reinforcement. Or well, 2 strength reinforcement.
What is it called?
Catalyst?
Physical empowerment, I think, is what it was labeled.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you
physical
need
empowerment.
+1 for every, one you have for the next tier. So
Okay,
And
plus 1.
each
That's what I have so far.
sure, yeah, and you
strength.
need two more 2s or less to get the third one. That's right. So
Okay.
that's how it works.
And the strength reinforcements do this.
Grant limit break and physical down empowerment. Counted. That is strictly strength reinforcement.
Yes.
Okay.
Your strength bonus is also a flat number too. So any things that times your flat damage is going to apply to this.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Grants a double strength bonus to physical attacks, so I have 4 times, I guess 5 times strength bonus to physical attacks right now. Strength reinforcements do a lot for your damage.
I now have 41 fatigue threshold, which
This
is
is good.
yeah. Where should I put that information?
Ring the doorbell? You guys keep working. Somebody dares disturb me.
Well, I'm doing some mathematics stuff.
Yeah.
So,
but
let's do the thing. The
Oh,
thing.
So, like, I think this was mentioned, but like, if you have any research, it's quintupled progress now.
Yeah. Research good. So I'll do that, and then this is for the perception book to see what its secret is, and what do I need to do to read through it.
I'm back. Door to
Oh.
door salesman.
How dare they?
I know. How dare they?
Is he selling doors?
Yeah, literally. New doors and windows.
Huh.
Imagine if they just took your door when you said, no, I don't want to. And, all right, well, I'm selling your door then to somebody else.
Nah. That's the Silicon way. You don't do that in my house. I have a series of methodologies that I would deploy. First, I would do pocket sand. And you'd be like, my eyes.
No, you pull out the contract describing the minute rate that you charge to solicitors, and then you listen patiently after they sign it. Be like, cool. I'm more than happy to hear you out. Sign this. Easy.
Easy mode.
That'll be $40 a minute. You better get talking.
My time's valuable. Fight me.
Did you
So-
see my thing? You see my
Your
thing?
the
Yeah.
Path of the Sword, 7,000. Clockwork Warrior. You
That
have.
was
You need to find another sword teaching.
I need to find out sword teaching. That's what I was missing. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't?
for stage 7.
Let me double check. 7 only needs a catalyst.
Oh.
The only other teaching you need is at 10. So 6 and 10.
Oh. Okay. Never mind. Clockwork Warrior. The one that we just kind of described how it went without
Yeah.
actually doing any rolls.
It was the narrative.
Cool. I'll let you do the sword thing, and then we can go over what's going on with the perception book afterwards.
Mm-hmm. I just want to get some rolls in. Get some rolls in.
The sword is not a sword, is not a sword, is not a sword. The end is never the end.
The end is never the end.
Is never the end.
Johnny, do you have that extra catalyst ready to go?
Yeah, he does. He had a bunch that he. That's why
So
he
I
did
need
the
to get
Clockwork
him
Warrior.
numero 7.
Yes, and then I'm doing the perception book, trying to find its secrets afterwards.
Okay. No. Hey, Johnny. Johnny McJohn.
Roll the gauntlet, Johnny.
Roll the gauntlet.
No.
Yeah, no.
Ready.
7?
7. I've completed 7. Oh,
Singing through the sword path, the honing edge. The song of the sword and its arc is a wondrous sound. The way it shines in the light and moves through the air creates a delightful series of dazzling refraction and the keening pure notes. The sword sings to you, and only those who follow this path can hear it. When you strike at a target with a sword, it's that another stacking defense plus felling. You also gain +1 sword energy, +1 sword insight, and +1 sharpness. Now, you don't know what sharpness does yet, but you still want to accrue it nonetheless. But you now have another energy. As a swordsman, since you've picked this path, this is where the branching starts.
Yeah.
Every 1 million stacking progress in the endless training vessel gains +1 sword energy.
okay.
Now, the cool part about that particular thing is if you have nothing else to train, you've hit a wall for so long, and you're like, I don't know about my energy. I need to get it higher, or I need to do something. You can train the endless sword path. If you become a more successful swordsman, you can train the endless sword path while you train other things.
Right. Yep.
But that requires a higher proficiency of the sword.
All right.
So let's get you close to 8. Give you a sneak peek, because getting your way up there is going to be pretty dang interesting. All right. Oh my gosh, it's so much XP.
We'll get there. Oh, and a catalyst, of course. Of
Mhm.
course.
Everything
Let's
5
get-
and above appears to at least take a catalyst. 10K. Neato. Also,
This is
+1 sword.
why most people spend a great part of their lives just training the sword path from 1 to 10. But that's just the base foundation required to be at the sword carnival. That's like the basics right after sword fighting forms. So, welcome to the sword. The obsession, the practice.
All right. Well, that's where I'm gonna get started. 20 days, eh?
Yep, and you're specifically focusing on honing your sword path, Johnny,
Yes.
for all those days. Okay. Let me know when your 20 days are good. Are you guys just doing the 20 days, so you have 10 days left until the end of the month, or are you going to the end of the month?
Well, we all agreed on 20, but if you guys want to go farther, I mean, I'm not gonna say
Yeah, we
it's
can
a
do
terrible
20.
idea. Yeah, let's just do
I'm
20. Go from
spending.
there.
Hopefully, I will be able to. So, I'm spending a DTS here with mathematics to try to uncover the secrets of the perception book.
Okay.
And then hopefully can some perception stuff going.
All right. You already made that mathematics roll?
Yes.
1 sec. I need
44.
Ooh, change my shirt.
Oh, dare.
We have achieved success. All right. Perception book, which is pretty close to what you really like to use. Perception's pretty good. Unlike the agility book, this one is how fast you can read and how fast you can keep track of specific movements on the page.
Yeah.
Okay. Should be real easy for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, considering you don't have to move your non-existent.
Yep.
Just like, yes, I stare. So this train's something that is not on the normal mechanics or is available to normal people. This one tracks multiple movement vectors. So some attacks or some interactions lead to multitudes of those interactions in a single effort, such as swift attack or blitz,
Or
used to be
my
called lightning attack.
shadow attack that does it
Mhm.
twice.
Yep. These particular ones they help you track either echoes, reverberations, or multitudes of attacks from different vectors. So it helps you handle the number of attacks coming in. The first thing it'll do is it'll reduce the number of DOS from incoming attacks that successfully hit you. So they'll still make those attacks. You're just going to reduce the number of successful hits against you. This applies to both range and melee. If the gap between you and the opponent is too wide, this only helps a little bit. But in a fight where the opponents are about your level or capabilities, this is kind of a huge means of.
Yeah, guys, I'm getting a call. I will be right back.
The other part is it builds up to an interesting mechanic. Once you reach 10, you'll have received all 10 parts for a specific mechanic that you're going to need. You're not sure what, but it is definitely perception related. One sec, I just need to check my notes. Where are you? Okay. So in perception, force of will refinement, mind refinement. Okay, perfect. That's what I thought. Yeah. So once you've attained the 10th reinforcement, a new prize will be available to you. This is a build-up. You get the reduction of DOS of incoming attacks, and it can reduce it down to just one successful attack against you. And then there's this mysterious build-up.
Okay.
That's only attainable once you've reached reinforcement level 10 in enhanced senses.
Well then, I'll spend the 20 days doing that. 6 successes. That is 3 perception. And
Yep. This one is just trained by normal Gestalt. As long as you're able to track the stuff on the pages, it should be fine.
Okay. Cool. 20 days, 3 perception reinforcements.
Yeah. The weird part about the training on the pages is you have these moving things and you got to track their movements at all times while reading. And if you don't finish the sentence and you lose track of one of the targets, you have to start that sentence over. So it's pretty good. But for you, there's not any problem because you can keep track of those because you don't.
Yeah. I don't read a page in a standard manner.
No. So.
Cool.
For others, it's an awareness check that you have to do. But for you, it's like even Johnny will have a really easy time with it.
Yep.
Because he just tracks the polygons.
So what are these perception reinforcements that I have just acquired?
You got how many?
3 total.
Okay.
Up to tier 3.
1, 2.
Vision range by 3. Is that by 3 times, or
Nope. Plus 3 squares.
which is plus 6 because I've doubled right now with that? Okay. Gives passage observance with your base perception bonus at tier 3. What
So
does that
it
even
follows
mean?
that passive perception roll from 5e, where you have a
Oh,
base floor passive perception.
based on
This
my
also
awareness.
shows up in like you walk into a room, and because your base perception is high enough, I just point out things to you without you having to even roll.
I've got like 40 DOS of that
Yeah,
passively.
it goes higher now. Nothing can hide from my sight.
Except everything. I'm blind. Not, I can hear everything.
Nothing can hide from my sight.
I never miss. Okay. And then minus 3 DOS to incoming attacks. Or would it be minus like 9 DOS? Minus 1 to 6 DOS. Or is it just 1 each time?
No, it's stacking.
So it would be
This
6
one it's
DOS.
+1, then +2, then +3. So by the time you
Minus
get
6.
+3, it's now plus
Plus 6.
6.
Or minus 6. To incoming attacks. Okay.
Oh, for the incoming attacks? Yes,
Yeah.
it stacks per tier. So I thought you were
So,
talking about the passive.
so
But
be
yeah.
minus 6.
Yep. So -6 DOS. It still guarantees if they do succeed on the roll, at least 1 hit comes in.
Yeah. So it's a
Yeah.
success, but it just screws over like lightning attacks stuff.
Now, it applies to techniques as well that use a single action to rendition multiple attacks in the same action. So if you're like, I do a blitz attack, and then I spend key with this technique to give me 5 more hits. This also can reduce those too.
Oh.
So this
Minus
one
6
is
DOS
pretty
or
good.
attacks to incoming.
There are going to be some loopholes and some things that get around this, but this attacks a lot of the base foundational stuff low-level martial artists rely on.
And high level ones, if it's base and foundational.
Yep.
But they might have
There
another
are
way to do
certain
it.
qualities, like Insidious, that just ignore this.
Sure. But it's still quite good.
There are going to be swordsman stuff that are just like, I'm guaranteed base value of X number of hits if I roll that number.
Yep.
That can't be reduced.
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
Yeah. So, but if an ability says that it cannot be reduced, this doesn't apply. But if it does not say it can't be reduced,
Or if it says you do at least this many attacks,
Yep.
then it is not reduced.
Yeah. The mechanic specifically has to mention that you get a minimum
if you
value.
do 6 additional attacks, then it will reduce it. But if it says you hit at least 6 times,
Yep. You will maintain it down to 6 because it's at least 6, but
Yep.
they still get the 6.
Yep.
So overall, it's pretty good.
Got my perception up. I'm at the end of those 20 days.
Mhm.
And then I can get my perception to 140 now.
Good.
Yes. Agility 130, strength 120. Does getting tier 10 reinforcement give a shatter for whatever it is?
Shatter?
Or limit shatter?
They give you limit break. But limit shatter, it just gives you stats to it. If you have a limit shatter in that, the
No,
limit
what I'm
breaks.
saying. Okay, I was just wondering if it gave a limit shatter, but it doesn't.
No, none of them give a. I think maybe that level 10 gives the limit shatter, but I think they're all just limit breaks.
Okay.
But
You
that
haven't told us
increases
otherwise. Yeah.
if you have a limit shatter because you gone down that far into the
Thresholds.
thresholds. These limit breaks just give you +5 to the stat.
Yep.
Up to the the realm threshold, which is 299 at the moment. Okay. I think we've done Johnny's stuff, right? We did your stuff. Changing the
Nope.
sword?
I am currently calculating how much resource cost for stuff and fatigue. I still need to do my rolls, but I've just been counting out my
Okay.
amount of days for 20. You can jump to William though. I think he's still in a call, but we're also about to finish our session time. As it is 2 hours earlier. So it's 3 o'clock now for me. I can go longer to do the training stuff, so we don't have to do it for next time. But that's extra time. I'm sure William wants to go now as well. So I don't know what the call is, but what I'm doing now is just working on getting my rolls ready. Almost
Sure enough.
gotta. It's mostly because I'm not resting for days. Like I'm trying to go as far as I can without having to rest, including even further beyond fatigue that's gained and my key usage per. So just getting those. Because if I'm adding 290, it's 52 key, right? So 18 times, no, 29 times 2 is 52, right? No, 58. Maybe that's what it is. $40, 58. It is 58. I don't think that should matter though, any. 232. Yeah, it does. All right, let's that's every 4 then. I think that should probably be good enough because I am at 60, and then I add So if I'm at 60, I can go to 8, which is 1, 15, 10, 6. I can go there, but roll at a minus, I guess. No, let's just do that then. That should do it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Toughness. 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 That's 52. 52 plus 10 is 62. And that's underneath, and then rest. Alrighty, so 1 downtime scene, 2, 3, that's 1 day. 1, 2, 3, 3 day, so 3 in a downtime scene. So 3.3. And I want to do 20 of those. I guess we can also just get rid of that. So 2 days, then a rest. Still the same as, you know what? Fuck it. It's the same thing anyway. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 45. Yes. So did we decide if we wanted to go longer? Is that the plan?
No, we'll probably stop here.
Okay.
Because one of the major concerns that William had specifically was he needed to either cut down the amount of time he chewed into the evening,
We went earlier.
and that's why we
Right.
started earlier.
Yep.
Uh,
I'm completely fine with that. I was just wondering if we wanted to go longer for us two or us three and let William go back, but I'm good with that. Sounds great.
well,
Be more
at the
time
end
for
of
him to
month
catch up at that point.
4, which means you'll have 2 months left until the action. The elder will show up.
As expected. Cool.
But we'll start with the finishing of training until the start of month 4. The elder will show up. You guys will then be tested and audited, and then you'll get points, and then you can spend those points or not, and then we continue. Oh!
Woo! Yeah. Exactly. I agree. Cool.
Okay. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
I gotta go pick up my prescription at Walgreens.
Walgreens.
Yep.
I'm done talking to you.
Where am I supposed to go?
King Supers.
Really?
What do you mean, really?
I know they have a pharmacy. Is it better?
Well, of course.
Is it only because you work there, or there's actually a big difference?
You're near store 110. I actually don't know how good they are, but I definitely recommend King Supers.
Okay.
Might be a bit biased, but
I mean, that's fine.
if you were near our pharmacy, I would say yes, we're better than the pharmacies around there. But don't know about store 110. All I know is they don't constantly have a bunch of email requests for help from different stores, so they're probably at least staffed, which Walgreens generally isn't.
Well, this one, I'm usually able to get my prescription by next day.
Okay.
So this one's really popular because it's in the middle of Highlands Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's a King Supers. Actually, there's 2 in between it. So there's 3 actually. 3 pharmacies you can go to in a line.
Yep. Happens a lot. I don't
Well,
know.
that's good.
If you don't have any issues, then don't transfer because that causes issues even if it is a better pharmacy.
I mean, yeah, it works.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go pick up my prescription because I'm starting to itch again, and that's my eczema medication, and I need it. Ah,
Go get it.
Thanks for the session, Matt.
of course. We will most likely not reach the 6 months at the end of next session, but probably the one after it. So in 2 months, 2 sessions, prepare for fight.
Yes.
Oh, and I will not be here 2 weeks from now.
Ah, damn.
I will be on a boat.
I'm on a boat.
Don't you ever forget. But the flight next Saturday is at 5 p.m., so it works out a little bit more
What
for
time?
my
Or
5
like
p.m.
what day?
Saturday.
Saturday, 5 p.m.
I think I have a ride.
I can, okay, if you don't have a ride, I can get you there because then I could get back just in time for the evening session.
Well, the flight's at 5, so
Right.
I'd want to be there at like 3. And if we start 2 hours early anyway, then
Oh, yeah.
you'd have plenty of time.
But if you need me to drive you, I'll get you there.
I will let you know
Yeah.
a few days in advance if my other option goes away.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
But yeah,
And we are
yeah,
planning
if you start
to
a
do the
couple
session
hours early,
today.
you'll have time
Yeah.
to get there.
Plenty of time.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys. I'm gonna hippity hoppity over, and I'll see ya.
Okay. See ya. Bye. I don't know how I'm supposed to do the agility reinforcements.
You need to get a shatter, which is why you're asking about the perception one, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, how far are you for merit for perception? I mean, spirit
Or mind.
or mind.
Right.
Yeah. You only need the third one, right?
Yeah, I'm at 172, so
You're still away.
yeah,
Pretty
close-ish,
sure.
but not close enough. I don't have much more merit in the Tuesday campaign, but I've gotten so much more in my thresholds. He was also giving out rewards that were threshold based as opposed to just merit. It's like just
Yeah.
add this to your thresholds, and it's like that's cool.
You said you're at 150?
170 something. 172.
170. Okay, so you're less than 100 away, but we don't have any merit, so you're kind of
Moot point there, but I also don't think that the agility reinforcement is even all that useful at the moment.
true. Yep. It helps with people that have weapon skill reinforcement.
Yep.
Kind of counters that. But other than that, yeah, no, you're right.
The strength one seems bonkers.
Strength one's nice. Yep.
Because I'm now adding 4 times my strength to attacks. To damage, rather. Which is big.
Big.
Because that's multiplied a whole lot more from a whole lot of sources.
I
Mhm.
apologize. I am back now. My brother called me, and I needed to answer that. Oh,
It's
hey, he's
fine. The
gone.
session was like basically over when you
Yeah.
got a call.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's
Take care
why
of your kids. Have fun.
Yeah. Yep. You all have a good one.
You
See
too.
ya next week.
On Dragon Ball Z. Wait.
Oh,
New thread edition.
fuck. There's a birthday party that my 8-year-old is wanting to attend next weekend, and it would be around noon. I could do a short session, but it would be starting at like the same time and ending an hour early.
It might be a short session next time anyway, just because we're going to probably hit the 6 months. And then I think
Right.
Matt's probably going to want to have that be the start of session for something.
Yeah, there you go. Just
Okay.
put it in chat.
And then-
Put in chat
Okay,
for
yeah.
Wiswick that you have a birthday party that day.
And then
Mm.
next week, or not this coming weekend, but the weekend after, I'll be out of the country, so unable to
Oh dear.
do
Gotcha.
stuff.
5, 10,
Going on a
25.
cruise.
Nice.
Strength reinforcement seemed really good. Perception reinforcement seems kind of bonkers against some people. So I'm mostly just doing the perception reinforcements to be able to get more perception. So that limit shatter would be really nice.
Shit. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Not what you were saying. I fucking did all this work, and then I'm like, oh right, it's days, not downtime actions. I'm worried about here. So yeah,
Uh-oh.
just did a lot of extra work I didn't need to. That's fine.
So we have to get a
Fine.
million stacking progress.
No, that's for endless trainings. Like if you have nothing else to do, that is a avenue that you can put your progress towards.
Yeah, it's gonna be really nice for Casey and his bonkers times 10.
I was
Yeah.
about to say, I'm just like, hang on a second. Do I need to like? I swear, Montage Hero, I'm going to keep investing in as it's needed because by golly, just more and more.
So that infinite training is not really designed to just get a bunch of them at once.
Hmm.
The 1 million progress is just I've got a thing that I can put stuff into if I need to. And ideally, you would never have to do that infinite sword training. I feel like 'cause all it's getting you is that sword energy and nothing else, which is really good right now. But I feel like later on, when you're actually going to want to try to do that, it's not going to be that meaningful of a bonus for 1 million progress.
Nothing else so far.
When you hit that million progress, though.
And plus, if you roll 1 or any crits during it, and I imagine he's going to add on to it when we get to the next part. Like my when I hit tier 8, I feel like that's gonna also have a thing.
I guess because the infinite sword training gave you like enlightenments at first, and now it gives sword energy and enlightenments.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I imagine it's
it's
the same
already
kind
doing
of,
better stuff.
yeah. I imagine it's the same kind of add-on as we're doing felling and whatnot from. Oh, what is it again?
the various
You know
sword
what I
path
mean.
things.
Yeah. Yeah.
A million progress might become compelling if you get far enough down the way of the sword that it starts giving a bunch of benefits more than just an enlightenment and a sword energy. Both are good, but you could be doing a lot with a million progress.
Hmm. It's just like, listen, a million progress is a lot.
I think it's also down to you're gonna hit a threshold where you can't fold yourself more or gain yourself more sword energy. That might be where it comes in handy too.
Yeah, like when you hit a wall.
Yeah.
Let's see. I feel like I need to be better at understanding my character of what's on my sheet, what I have, and what I can actually do.
Oh, sure. I do need to quantify most of the things I can do in combat as well, at least sword wise, because that took forever for me to calculate the 2 million something damage. But that was also I'm not gonna do this most of the time sort
Yeah.
of attack.
I mostly just do macros for like my martial arts, and so that's nice to have, I guess.
I'd have to have like I'd have to have a lot more macros because I have a lot of things I can choose to do that I wouldn't necessarily want to.
Yeah, like I have that too. Like, hey, I'm gonna do this with my sword, does this amount of damage, but I want to do this instead, does less amount of damage, more pen, kind of deal.
Mine is more just like resource intensive.
Yeah.
Except when it's not, because once an encounter I can just ignore that, which is just bonkers.
Nice.
So, do you have enough key to do this for all of them? Well, since it's all one action, the answer is yes to any amount that you say. Works out. Only once an encounter, though. I should probably, well, hopefully you only need to nuke something once an encounter. If there's a lot of those that you need to do, then you're probably in a situation where you don't want to be there.
That's one of the things I want to do for layer is once per abilities, like once per X, get an additional charge. That's one of the things I wanted to add. For example, Adamantium Pathfinder or your ability there, so you could have it utilized an additional time per whatever it is.
While we're within your lair.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
So they apply to allies, or is that everyone in your lair?
Um, uh, allies within the layer. Yeah.
Okay. Just everyone. Ah, shoot.
Yeah. Good call.
Alrighty. You all have a good one.
Bye bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of progress done today. Found some sweet loot in the downside, and these new armor pieces that we can probably utilize for ourselves.
We could collect enough of them, and if not in the Sword Carnival, eventually have a sharp ship, like using it for the whole ram into people and cut straight through them. With the orrery, that is. I don't know if we're gonna find a better use for the armor pieces beforehand, though. We might.
Imagine when Cooney comes around, she can make some stuff for us, or we can sell her the material. Or, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a fight in so we can get some more merit. Yeah, that's really nice.
I'd like some merit and some more Gestalt.
Yeah. I imagine we'll get Gestalt after the 6 months, that encounter. Hopefully. I'm tempted to pick up a negative quality to buy that one quality I was thinking of.
The Montage Master.
Yeah. It would be really good. Like, I didn't want to do the reinforcement training because I didn't have that ability. So it's just double the rolls is too valuable not to pick up for the amount of time invested. So it seems like a good idea, especially with 1s and 100s with the extra that they get. So
Yep. But Gestalt rolls don't count as training, I don't think.
no. Didn't you roll double for yours though?
Not this time. I don't know if I did the first time. If I did the first time, then I should have done it this time.
Yeah, I don't know then. I figured you were doing them for that.
Nope, I wasn't. I should double check next time.
Oh, the rest of your days.
Yep. We'll keep it as I did it this time, but I will clarify. And by that I mean reference the previous rolls.
Oh, well, I mean,
Beforehand.
maybe it's not that big a deal then. I just figured that's what you were doing. And I figured it would
It
be
is-
training because you were reading the book.
It is training. I'll ask him.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. Yeah,
I'm not going to redo those rolls,
100%.
but
Yep.
Future, yes.
Good call.
Because advantage is very good for this. It's not quite double the odds, but
yeah,
pretty close. Getting 2 chances instead of 1 per roll is nice.
Oh, 2 weeks. 2 weeks is 14 days. So 14
I'm going to do 20 days because you said 20 days.
20 days. Thank you. 20 days. Da-da-da-da. And on the 3rd day, every downtime seen is an additional fatigue. Seven, 6, 10, 15, 20, 91, 55, 16. Yeah, let's end it at 13 days. Rest. Oh. All right.
All right.
And that's 20 toughness tests.
toughness rolls.
Yeah, I'm just doing my sandwich days for the 20.
Oh, sure. Ugh. Hmm. Were you ever in any sci-fi campaigns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. We're currently making a ship.
Oh, yes.
I'm considering what I want to put on it.
I mean, what about our ship? I guess that's something you could think
Oh,
about.
the Orrery too.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit different there, but
Yeah.
because we've got like martial arts stuff going on.
Yeah. So it all depends on what kind of ship. Is it a scout ship? It is a research vessel? Is it a frigate? Is it a cruiser? Is it a
So it's going to be a cruiser,
Leviathan? Okay, it's going to be a cruiser.
a
Okay,
large
cool.
ship, not
Yep.
huge, but we already have like an interceptor,
Oh yeah, some
and then
cool.
we have a research vessel, which is not very helpful as a research vessel right now, as the AI doesn't like us doing anything that isn't healing somebody on it right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so great. But
So
it's really
you have a crew.
advanced.
You have a crew, right?
Mostly, I was going to, since it's a cruiser, the bay that we're building it in
Mm.
is currently, well, it's being repaired, but it's being installed with like robotic manufacturing.
Cool.
So completely unmanned, and I was just going to have the hangar deconstruct itself once when the cruiser was like built enough
Mm.
and just install itself into the ship so that we have a robotic crew and maintenance and shipbuilding in it.
Yeah, as long as you're okay with that. If you don't want to, because I think maybe you should even have a skeleton crew, but depending on like your thoughts
Oh,
on that, I suppose.
I want a functional crew at first, and we don't currently have anybody aside from our party in our group, other
Yeah.
than I guess secretary,
Yeah.
who's capable of piloting, but presumably not a cruiser on her own.
So every ship wants a med bay, an engineering bay, the helm in a sense, where you're going to, um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, direct things, drive the ship in a sense. You'd want a cafeteria, a barracks, or slash crew quarters. Um,
Yeah, crew
uh,
quarters.
yeah, especially if you're having a small amount, whatever, but it's still kind of required.
Yep.
Now,
Well, even if it is just the
are you ever going to bring like you're gonna have in a sense housing for your drones?
Yeah.
But like if you ever plan on moving large amounts of people, like that's one of the things you could have with a cruiser is like bring people from one like a transport vessel in a sense, one area to another.
barracks and such.
Yeah, so like that's a possibility, but if you never expect to do that, there's no reason. You need an
Mhm.
engineering bay, if I haven't said that already.
Yep.
You need
Already got that on the list.
an engineering bay is adjacent to the power core
Reactor. Yeah.
slash engine. Um, you would want uh, the communication station could be very close to the helm as well. It could be in the same
Yep.
area, so you don't really need to worry too much about that. Um, you would want environmental systems if you don't have them already.
Yep. We're gonna have like a biolab as well as.
Yep, and a research area is always nice to have.
We have several of those planned for
Yeah.
various things, but
Um, uh, and you already said you're building a
cruiser.
manufactorium in a sense.
Yeah, manufactorium. Yep. And it's also going to have a deployable framework for making other ships. So it can be a hangar bay for even larger ships, since all it needs to have is a way to anchor the other ship, and then it can deploy the robots there to make more ships.
As for other things for the ship,
we got some graviton mass drivers. You got to have those.
Yeah,
need more mass drivers,
right?
Yeah.
There you go. Like, does it have what types of communication arrays does it have in a sense? Like, does it have?
It can use the mass drivers for communication. It gets the message across pretty well.
Okay.
It will need communications. I didn't think about that for some reason.
Yeah. Just to communicate with other ships or long distance travel.
Yep.
And it's some type of intergalactic engine as well.
Yes,
for if you want to
have 2 different kinds of jump drives as well as its regular thrust.
Yeah. What about shieldings?
So it's going to have a living hull.
Okay.
On the outside, shields in between that and its regular hull.
Okay.
So that it, like, people using weapons that can get through shields can't, because there's a physical hole between it. I don't know why internal shields are not very common, but do that and then have outer shields as well.
I imagine because it's like an engineering nightmare.
Yeah, but my character's a mad scientist.
Yeah, no, you're fair. That's you could do that. Yeah, those are the only things that come to mind. Recreation areas are always nice too, like to unwind while you're on the ship, so you don't go fucking mad.
Yeah, there's an engineering bay and a science lab.
Yeah.
My character's not crazy either, so that'd be good to. I think he's up to like 300 something insanity.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
You're almost at my max cap for Kuroko. So you're up there. You've definitely got it up there.
My cap is at like 600 right now.
Okay, no,
the more insanity I have, the more I get each time I get insanity.
Yes, sir.
Because I get +1 insanity per trauma that I have currently whenever I get insanity, which is not nice because it kind of runs away if I don't reduce my insanity.
Yeah.
I've got some corruption now too, which is not a good thing ever for my character.
No. Those are hard to get rid of too.
Yeah. I just don't think about it, and then it isn't a problem.
Don't bring it up, and it never is. Yep.
Yep.
I can't think of anything else too crazy.
Also, I'm going to have a short-range ship teleportation system.
Oh.
And instead of using like Star Trek teleporters, I'm going to use down the rabbit hole to have the ship go through Wonderland.
Nice.
Have the Alice drive.
Okay.
That also won't have problems because that's where I guess nightmares are in my down the rabbit hole. And nobody likes nightmares for some reason.
Should be fine.
Yeah. Well, my character is a nightmare.
Yes. Yeah, you've told me.
Kind of. But yeah.
You should have a star map.
Oh, yes. That would be useful. I don't need no map, and I'm not going to ask for directions. I'm a man.
Okay.
We're going this way.
Where's it lead? Oh, to a black hole. We'll be fine. Down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. That wasn't a rabbit hole. You know, it looked kind of similar. But as far as like our ship goes, I feel like most of the things that you named probably not super relevant. Because like we have communications, but that hasn't really come up much. That's been mostly used to scan things. I don't know about a jump drive or thrust. It appears to go where we want it to pretty quick anyway.
Yeah.
Not really sure how.
So communication's really nice though because we have our little Monterey pins that for our ship that we can click and talk to each other with. So that's been a nice little auxiliary feature that we've added for communications.
Which, I mean, that's another thing with the communications. Even if you're not communicating with other people, getting communications between party members.
Yeah.
Which we already have because there's like a comm system in the galactic common universe. So
we got that going for us, and we got a science station. We have artificer lab.
Yep.
We have shielding and
We want alchemy.
energy. Yeah. Do you want an alchemy lab and a med bay for physician and
Instead of lasers, we can just mount a giant sword onto the ship.
engineering is also kind of like for artificing as well, I suppose, but I think it would be more for the forge.
Well, yeah, and engineering is probably for mundane things as well, or closer to mundane, which there isn't really much on the ship. We already have an artificer lab, because I'm pretty sure Aethram brought one up with him.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely made one. Yeah, so I don't have to really worry about that too much. And then a place to do arrays, maybe.
Yep. We also need to get somebody who's good at arrays, because Aethram said that they could do them, but wasn't very good at it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But that's far future sort of stuff, because we don't even have access to the Ori right now.
Yeah.
But that's mostly, as soon as we get to the cosmic realm, is things that we probably immediately want to start doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like it's a combination between getting our ship ready enough to do runs, which I think we're getting there. Just need to finish off with the computer that we're making. Yeah. And working on our void bodies for when we're actually not in the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, like, combat, if we're not doing it on the ship, will be outside in the void of space. So,
yep. But I think utilizing swords would be a good idea anyway, because most people probably aren't really using swords in space. Or if they are, they don't expect you to make everything else irrelevant.
Yeah.
And then make their swords irrelevant, because swords aren't real.
Swords aren't real. Swords lie.
But also neither is anything else.
Oh, ain't that the truth? It's all a lie.
Yep.
A dream of somebody else.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Except for these net ones. Those are real. Yeah. Read them and weep.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, that's what I thought.
One more.
92. All right, are any of those 7s or 9s or 79s? It's a 97. Okay.
97 doesn't count?
No, it's only 79.
Guess the ascending order matters.
Yep. There's let's do by day, I suppose. That's one way I can look at it like this. I think it should be fine. 9 per day. $108 a day.
Nice. Rest, and then that's going to be 6. Rest. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16. Cool. So that's 2. So then 58 times 7. Is that right? 58 times 7. You did a fair amount of rolls.
Yeah, I did. I just wish I had thought about the doing it with advantage. Oh well. We'll just say I was incredibly unlucky. Except I wasn't. I got 6 successes for one of them. Which would have been slightly unlucky even with advantage. Which is quite lucky. 50% more than expected. For perception.
All right, let's do the math here then.
For what?
How much progress per roll?
Oh yeah, because sandwiches.
Well, not even that. It's more of the montage hero bonuses.
And it's ×5 for research, but you're doing training, so it's ×4.
Yeah. So base 10 from swordsman, and then times that by 4. And then you add 5, and then you add 1. And then you times that all by the amount per, so it's 406 equals sum. Gotta love that Excel. Really makes you excel at math. Okay. I'm 8,000 progress over if I do it that way. I suppose I can just put it into the next one. Yeah. And then I have to add all my other progress from each one of these bad boys, which isn't as much.
I'm just glad that I don't have to math out any progress with the Gestalt rules.
Yep. Rooney. 69.
It's like I need some of the reinforcements, but I also feel like it's not worth doing the reinforcements right now.
I think strength reinforcement, toughness reinforcement, a weapon skill reinforcement.
Toughness, I already have like 2 or 3. I think I only have 2 in toughness, so it's like weapon skill is useful, but we also don't have a special book for weapon skill, right? That was one of them.
No, we don't. No. Not
so
a
we'd
special
have to
book. We
find
can do it,
catalysts.
but yeah, we have to find catalysts exactly.
Isn't even about the secret thing, which I think we want to find the full sets of those books eventually.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Strength and perception maybe are our best options to be able to see the sword coming for the defense, and being able to actually do withstand the. I was just thinking of the training dummies. Like if we can get to the training dummy stage, we're going to be pretty good for ourselves and being able.
Well,
to
I'm assuming defeating those will give us sword catalysts. That's the reason I want to be able to.
Yeah, that's a fair way to look at it for sure. Yeah.
Because like that's what I'm betting on. He's like, oh, there's some goodies on the other side. Like, I don't care about the goodies. I want to defeat this thing.
69, 60, yeah, 66, 64.
I think that's a fair guess.
Yep. Six, 65. And I count that is 19 still. Did I miss one? I must have missed one. 60, 63, 69, 60, 66, 65, 66, 60, 66, 64. Five. Bye bye, William.
Oh, he did just leave.
Mm. 60, 66, 65.
I wonder if normal parry is actually going to be able to parry whatever that person's trying to do for the
Oh,
sword
she's gonna
swing.
love it though. You're gonna get extra points for it, 100%. She
Oh, yeah.
loved the last.
The pinnacle skill, yeah.
Yeah, right. So if the fact that you're able to do that one too, and you didn't do it the first time, because that is progress. So you're gonna get something
Yep.
for that.
And I have sword energy now. Both of us do. Both me and Poe.
Yep, exactly. So it should be nice, and a sword that has that in it as well. I think that's gonna be nice as well, because that's gonna increase your damage output. So yeah, all good stuff. Cool.
I was about to say there's other things that I'd want to prepare for that, but I am up to the point where she will be showing up.
Yeah.
Sword Elder.
Wait, you're up to it already? From 2 weeks? I'm
Yeah, I
sorry,
did the 20 days of just out rolls.
Oh, I thought there was.
Because it was without advantage, which is why it.
Yeah, but I thought I thought she wasn't going to be there until we finish the month.
Yeah, I did all the rolls for the month.
Oh, I
For
thought we had
perception.
10. I thought you had 10 days left.
Oh, I guess if we did 20, then yeah. Never mind.
Okay. I was just going to say, like, I thought we had some time left.
And I want to train up my stats actually for that last week.
Yeah.
It's not going to take the week, but I've got a bunch of things under threshold now. Like toughness can go up to 150. Strength 120. Perception can go up a bunch. My willpower can go up 50 more. And I think I can get all of those within a week up to the max again. My weapon skill can go up another 10 because I spent a bunch.
Yeah, I can do perception, and I can do toughness and fellowship and intelligence. But everything else, agility, I suppose. And I still have a fair amount of stats. I could max out.
Mhm. I think it's a good idea to max everything.
Yeah.
Only my influence limit is at 120 now. I don't know when that happened, but
Your influence limit is 120, eh?
yeah, I don't know where that happened.
Did you get another?
I don't think so. I think I still only have one.
Sorry.
I wouldn't have changed it. Yeah, I've only got influence refinement tier 1. I wonder what gave me another 10.
I also find it odd that Matt gave us that for like hitting silver. I think it was, but then we didn't get anything else for the other ones.
Well, that's the first time you went through tribulations, though.
Yeah. You think we'll get another one for the next mountain climber?
I would
maybe?
bring it up, and he probably
Yeah.
would.
Yeah. But it also could just be from, we getting the catalysts and getting the refinement, or not refinement, the reinforcement training.
Mhm.
Just get it from that. Oh, I love when you wag your tail at me. How's your pup doing? You must have got it already, right? Did you not get your pup yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
It's going to be in the end of May.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting 2 pups.
Oh, you're getting 2. Oh,
Yeah.
lucky dogs.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm at work a lot of the time, so I figure
Yeah.
them being able to have company is going to be better for their health anyway.
Yeah. We've been thinking long and hard about getting another pup.
It's a lot less of a commitment when you already have a trained dog.
Yeah.
The
Oh
man
man,
having 2
that was
puppies
rough,
is
though.
gonna.
Oh man, you're up for an awakening again.
I'm aware. I just.
Just a lot of awakening nights. I gotta go pee, Dad. I gotta go pee.
I'm not gonna have any. Well, I'm also gonna have to go home on all my breaks and lunch for work.
Yeah. That'd be good
The
for you.
first few months. Yeah, and then slowly I'll whittle down to be like, okay, only 2 of the breaks a day, and then 1, and then you can wait until I come back.
Do you have a
work
yard,
each
or
day.
what's your apartment look like?
It's a 1 bedroom, so I'm gonna have to take him on multiple walks a day, but
Yeah.
2 walks a day ain't too bad.
Did
2
you hear
long
the
ones.
W word, Luna? Is that what you heard? It's getting close to that time. Yeah. It's beautiful out now.
There's a nice park as well that's
Oh, good.
nearby,
Yeah.
and just seeing if Luna picks up any of the. But yeah, there's a nice park for them to run around in, and too many walks. It's not going to be too many. It'll also give me a good excuse to get out
It's some exercise.
at night.
It's been really great for Luna and I. She's definitely helped me lose some weight for there.
Well, like a
Say.
walk before bedtime will probably also help sleep as well.
Oh yeah.
I don't usually do that, but I can, or I will have to once when I get the dogs.